So, well, thank you very much for having me today to give me opportunity to share my recent work on soil-root interaction, particularly looking at the slope stabilization application. So before the time is set up, probably I can talk more about the ISSMGE bulletin. So, I mean, this is a very good workshop organized by the TC. So I encourage the organizer to consider submit an article, you know, to talk about this event to be published in our bulletin. So is the clock ready? Right, okay, so the clock is ticking. So thank you very much again for having me today. So my talk, as I said, is focusing on the soil-root interaction. As Professor David Toll mentioned earlier, without understanding soil-atmospheric interaction, we couldn't understand the unsaturated soil. So very often at the interface, soil-atmospheric interface, you will find vegetation or plants. So inevitably, you have to work with them to see how it may affect the soil behavior, and that will be my focus of the talk today. So that is the outline of my talk, to firstly introduce why vegetation. So how would that potentially affect our soil hydrology and potentially the slope stability? And then I will split my talk into three parts, looking at different scale of experiments and modeling. The first one, we'll be looking at the elementary scale, looking at the soil-root interaction, particularly looking at how the plant roots would affect the hydraulic properties. And then I'll be looking at a slightly bigger system, looking at a soil-atmospheric plant-water interaction. And finally, the last part will be looking at how this modeling would potentially affect the slope stability in unsaturated condition. So why vegetation? Normally, the plants would be recognized as an environmentally and ecologically friendly way to increase the landscape value of our infrastructure slopes. So it's aesthetically pleasing to see, and that could enhance the biodiversity, ecological restoration, and reduce the carbon foot offsets. But from engineering perspective, perhaps plant can do something to enhance the slope performance. One of the effects is called mechanical root reinforcement that has been quite well recognized in the literature. And another effect is a hydrological effect on transpiration, during which the soil drying by the root water uptake may induce some soil suction, and that could be potentially beneficial to the slope stability as well. And that would be my major focus of all the three parts of my presentation in the hydrological parts. So transpiration or root water uptake from unsaturated soil mechanics perspective, essentially is creating suction in the soil because of the drying, soil drying effect. Okay, so that is the most widely recognized mechanism of hydrological effect of transpiration by plants. And that normally we call it hydrological reinforcement. So in my first part, I try to push the knowledge boundary by saying, okay, would it be the only mechanism? Would the roots do something else to the soil in terms of hydrological behavior? So the part one will be looking at the root-induced changes in soil hydraulic properties, particularly the water retention curve and also the permeability functions. And these are the references that I'll be I'm mainly using in the first part of my talk. And if you find that interesting, so perhaps you could take a look for more further details. So we are hypothesizing that the root permeation in the soil matrix could have changed hydraulic properties because water retention curve and hydraulic conductivity function are primarily governed by the pore size distribution. So when the root growth in the soil matrix, that could perhaps affect the the pore size and also their distribution. So the research question really is how the root growth or its dynamic, including decay, would potentially affect the soil pore size and consequently the hydraulic properties. So that is a major question I'm trying to address in the first part. So before looking at the experiment, we try to think about this process in a more theoretical way. So this is the phase diagram of a unsaturated soil without vegetation. So this is a phase diagram which we have the solid, water, and air in an unsaturated soil. So during root growth, some of the a new soil phase, we call it root phase, would have developed and also occupy some pore space, and that would occupy some volume, and that we quantify by a symbol called RV, the root volume ratio. So basically, it's the ratio of the total root volume to the total soil volume. So during the root growth or the root growth dynamics, the root perhaps could decay. And that would, because of the decay process, the biomass of the root may have would have reduced, and that would create void in the soil pore, and that could be quantified by another parameter called the decay proportion, which I will show you later on. So these are the very simple consideration of how roots would interact with the soil pore physically. Now, obviously, during the plant growth, there will be some other biochemical interaction, for example, the release of the exudates or some other organic matters that could perhaps affect the soil, for example, the hydrophobicity and other biochemical mechanisms. But in this very simple model, we just focus on the physical effect in the interaction. So if we derive the void ratio of this rooted soil, considering this decay part, we could derive this void ratio function according to this phase diagram, including two new parameters. One of it is the RV, which I introduced earlier, and also this decay proportion. So the E naught here is the initial void ratio of the soil before the root permeation. So these are the two new parameters required to sort of predict the new void ratio of the rooted soil, depending on the growth condition of the plants. So our target is to see how the roots perhaps affect the water retention. So we need a water retention curve model that could capture the void ratio effect. And that is one of the famous equations that you should have seen in the literature by Galapoli, published in 2003, which is the water retention curve model for deformable rooted soil. So we take the advantage of having this void ratio in this equation, which was derived originally from the Van Gunneten model in 1980. So we can then capture the root effect in the water retention curve. So if we play around the parameters, we will see that by increasing the root volume ratio, we will increase the water retention by moving the curve upwards. So basically, the root is occupying the pore space and make the soil feel a little bit denser than without vegetation, and that increases the water retention. So if we consider the decay effect as the root decay, it returns the pore to the soil, and that will reduce the water retention, as we would expect from the Eng-Boctou effect. So these are the sort of the sensitivity analysis by varying these two parameters in our very simple physical model. So obviously, we need to do some experiment to verify our model. So we conducted some laboratory testing in our little garden, in our botanical lab at the HKUST. We have this large drum containers with 60 centimeter diameter, and we put this plant, the local species, we call it Cephalera heptaphylla, and that has been very commonly used for the landscape purpose in slope. So we chose it for our investigation. So the soil type we have been testing is the local soil again. We call it completely decomposed granite, and basically it's a well-graded sand with silt with a saturated permeability of 1.2 to the power of -6 meter per second. So what we did here is basically irrigate the soil to full capacity, and then let it dry in our lab for a week. So during this drying process, we captured the suction and water content changes, the transient variations with time by using tensiometer and moisture probe respectively. So by correlating this water content and suction, we can then construct the water retention curve with or without vegetation. So yeah, so that's how we get the water retention curve. So you may wonder, how do we introduce decay in this system? So what we did here is to put different spacing of plots. So this is this symbol here, 60 represents 60 millimeter between the two plant spacing. Now, if I move back to this slide here, you will see the spacing over there. That should be the closest spacing we have, which is 60 millimeter. So we also put another plant spacing 120 millimeter and 180 millimeter. So basically, we are introducing plant competition for resources in terms of water and nutrients. So when the plant is growing very close to each other, let's say 60 millimeter, the root biomass is much less than the case with wider plant spacing because they are competing for the resources. So they are not growing too well compared to the 180 cases. So we also observe some decay of the roots because of this competition, this intense competition in this close spacing condition. So by doing this, then we can then quantify the decay proportion, which is the volume of decay roots over the total original roots. We also try to determine the root volume ratio along depth for this the root biomass, so then we can also quantify another required parameter, RV. So once we have known these two parameters, we can then predict the water retention curve using our physical model. And what you will see here, the black line represents the water retention curve we obtained from the bare soil. So the blue symbols here is a measurement from 60 millimeter spacing, and you see a reduction of water retention curve. Yeah, and once we have increased plant spacing, let's say 180 millimeter, we have increased water retention curve. And those dotted line, those lines represent the prediction from the physical model. So what we observe here is for the large plant spacing, perhaps the root occupants during the root growth is more significant than the root decay because they have more space to grow, they have less competition for the resources. So the growth effect seems to be more significant than the decay. So that causes apparent soil densification, and that increases the water retention. So when the plant is much closer to each other, we believe the root decay would have maybe more important than the root occupants. So that causes the apparent soil loosening effect, and that reduces the water retention behavior. So the model captures quite well based on our experiments and with the two known parameters. Now, obviously, you will have to dig out the plant to capture or to measure these two parameters before the prediction. So, so we require some calibration on the model as well. So that is the modeling we have been doing in the element scale. So, so we try to demonstrate, in addition to transpiration effect, which we normally recognize as a hydrological effect of vegetation, we believe the plant roots during the growth or decay process would also affect the soil hydraulic properties, which we also believe is another important hydrological effect of vegetation. And we shouldn't just exclusively focus on the transpiration effect as the only mechanism of the plant affecting the soil hydrology. The water retention curve could also be potentially affected based on this model and our experiments. So now let's move on to the second part, which I will focus on a slightly bigger system, looking at the soil, atmospheric, and plant interaction by considering also the root-induced changes in the hydraulic properties of the soil. So again, these are the references referring to this part. And if you are interested, just take a look after the presentation. So in this modeling, we have three major components: soil, plant, and atmosphere. So I'll go through one step by step to show you our development of the modeling. So first of all, the plant-atmospheric interaction. We record the energy partition equation, which allows us to input the Perman-Monteith equation to obtain the PET, so the potential evapotranspiration. So this equation is a semi-empirical equation. Depending on the atmospheric parameters, you can predict the potential evapotranspiration under unlimited water supply to the plant and soil. So we also allow the calculation of Perman equation for the potential evaporation for bare soil. Okay, so when I say energy partition equation, I mean this. So this is a schematic showing a vegetated ground with two species, perhaps one shrub and also the grass before we have the bare soil at the ground. So the energy balance really is considering the incoming solar radiation from the sun. So some energy is partitioned by the shrub before the remaining energy fall to the grass. And also some remaining energy will also go to the ground. So depending on the leaf area index of this species, we can then calculate how much energy has been partitioned at this layer of vegetation. And finally, the radiation will arrive at the ground surface. So these are the consideration of energy balance. So on the other hand, we also consider the water balance as well. So because of this radiation and other atmospheric parameters, the evaporation could happen in the bare ground. And we also expect transpiration also happening in these different layers of vegetation. So by considering this water and energy balance, we could estimate the potential evapotranspiration altogether. So coming back to here, so once we have estimated this PET and PE, by taking this simple equation, we can then estimate the potential transpiration. Okay, so by taking into this transpiration effect, we use a term called sink term, which I will show you later on. Is a common terminology that we integrate into Rich's equation, which is our governing equation for water flow or seepage in unsaturated soil to capture this transpiration effect. So there you go, and this is the one-dimensional water balance equation together with the Darcy's law, and that is called Rich's equation, and that is the sink term to capture the transpiration effect after considering the water balance and energy balance. So I think given the background of this audience in this thesis, I don't need to introduce these two terms. And the sink term here, again, is the transpiration effect as a function of suction in the soil and also the depth, because at different depth, we have different root biomass, and that essentially capture the effect of root architecture. So that would have a different water uptake capability at different depth, and also that would affect the suction. So after considering all this, and of course, we shouldn't forget what we have learned from the part one, which is the root-induced changes in soil hydraulic properties. So by having the two parameters, RV and also the decay proportion, we can then capture how roots could also influence the water retention curve and permeability. So this is just the equation that I've shown you in the previous parts. We input it into the water retention curve originally from the Gallipoli et al. 2003 water retention curve equation. Then we record a Van Gunnington 1980 equation to predict the unsaturated permeability function. So the only unknown here is the saturated permeability, which we need to measure in situ to capture the position of this curve, because the KS will be controlling the position of this curve up and down. So that need to be measured in situ. So finally, with all these input parameters and recalling that Rich's equation, then we can predict the suction. So here we consider both water and energy balance, and also capture two hydrological effects of plant, including not only including the transpiration, which we normally recognize, but also the new effects that we identify in part one, so that we capture everything to predict the suction. So that is our model. Again, we go to the field to collect some measurements to verify our models. And this is the evapotranspiration cover system for landfill cover that we have in China. So I believe this is in Shenzhen, where we have a landfill cover to do the experiments. So like what we did in the laboratory, we have different panels in the site to have a different plant spacing. So 0.5 meter, 0.8 meter, and 1.1 meter. Again, to try to generate some sort of a root decay effect because of the plant-to-plant competition for resources. So in this case, as you can see, we do not have only the shrubs, but also the grass. So that's why we have two plant species in this experiment. So at the end of the monitoring, we collected some root system again to calibrate our water retention curve model we developed in part one. So as you would see here, like what we found in the laboratory, by increasing the plant space, and you will see more root biomass, not only the shrub, but also the grass, which is Sanodon-dactylon in this case. So again, for the same reason, for the wider spacing, then you will have a bigger, less competition for the resources, then they develop better. Okay, so with this information, we can then do the image analysis to collect all these required parameters for the water retention curve prediction. So during this monitoring, I should have mentioned in the site we put a number of tensiometers and water content again to capture the suction response for our prediction. So during this monitoring period, which is around 1.5 years, we collected some core samples to the lab and then measured the root length density. So you can see here at any plant spacing, the root length density increases with time, obviously, because they are growing with time. So with this information, then you can then collect the root length density as well along depth. So these are the measurement at the end of the monitoring. So by having this information, we can then have the parameter RV for water retention curve prediction. So in the field measurement, we also capture the radiation from the sun by putting our sensors at different positions in the site. So what you see on top here is the incoming solar radiation from the sun without any interception by the plant canopy. But if you look at the graph below here, the red bars here represent the energy partitioned to the small tree. I mean the shrub here. So the energy partitioned by the shrub. So for the green bars, they are the energy intercepted by the grass. So obviously you see the energy are much less than the energy captured by the shrub because they are the remaining energy after passing through the shrub. So finally, the remaining energy will fall to the ground. So these are the energy partition measurements in the field to facilitate our the Permeability calculation for the PET, the potential evapotranspiration. So we also measure the saturated permeability, as I mentioned earlier, in order to predict the permeability function. We need the information of saturated permeability. So again, from time to time during the monitoring period, we collected the cores to also measure the KS. Okay, so we found quite an interesting phenomenon here. Now, the dotted line here represents the case without shrub. So that is the reference of the KS value. So you will see there are consistent degrees in KS for all the cases, but then eventually at some time the KS will increase with time. So that is a quite interesting phenomenon that KS is not a constant but changing with time. So obviously one explanation is the root growth could have affected the pore size again, and then how permeable of the soil is. But if you look at the data more closer, you will see for the plant spacing of 0.5 meter, the KS only dropped during the first measurement, but it increased quite quickly compared to the other cases with wider plant spacing. So that is consistent with our hypothesis earlier, because when you have a closer plant spacing, the plant has a more intense competition for resources, so they have root decay, and the permeability will increase because you have more decay roots. So that's why you have an increase in KS even above the reference value much earlier than the other cases. So we do observe some root decay in other plant spacing. They are not always very healthy. So you also see some increases in this KS for other cases, but in a later time. Okay, so this is something quite interesting to develop, and actually that is why we have been spending some time on the cactus project that Professor David Toll mentioned earlier by the Dundee University team. Anyway, so coming back to this field data here, on the right-hand side, you see the suction responses during the monitoring period for different plant spacing. Okay, so these are the suction measurements at a relatively shallow depth. I think it's in 0.1 meter depth, if I'm not mistaken. So these are the measurement results. Now, what I'm superimposing here is the prediction from our soil atmospheric plant interaction model, and that prediction ignored the plant effect, as you can see in the legend here. So the dotted line, as you can see at the beginning of the monitoring period, in the early stage of the monitoring period, the prediction is quite well, especially for this particular plant spacing. But later on, in the later stage, the discrepancy become bigger. And actually, this also happened in another spacing as well, and that is more severe for the 0.8 meter depth. So we then predict again by considering all the plant effect. Sorry, by the way, so the plant effect I mentioned here is the root-induced changes in the hydraulic properties. When I say without plant effect, the transpiration still takes into account. So the sink term is active in the second case. So the dotted line has also considered the transpiration, but it's still inadequate to capture the suction responses, especially in the later stage of the monitoring. Okay, so now the new prediction here is to capture both the root-induced changes in water retention curve and also permeability. Okay, and you can see the red line here has a closer prediction with the measurements at both plant spacings. So the prediction is improved in the later stage of the monitoring. So one reason is, again, looking at the left-hand side, you see the Ks has been changing with time, especially in the later stage, quite significantly. So if we ignore that effect, then the prediction of suction is less satisfactory. So that again demonstrates the importance of the so-called the second hydrological effect of vegetation, which is the changes in hydraulic properties by the plant roots, especially the transient effect or the dynamic of the root growth because of the growth, because of the decay, that will significantly change the suction prediction. Okay, so again, that is the modeling of slightly bigger system on the soil plant interaction. We are all engineers, so you may wonder then how would that be relevant to slope stabilization or slope stability problems by having all these vegetation effect, particularly the hydrological effect on this engineering structure. So to demonstrate the vegetation effect, we use a relatively simple model to start from. It is infinite slope for considering unsaturated effects and having a shallow region of root zone to capture the root effect. So in this simple model, we also have to predefine the failure surface so that you can calculate the factor of safety. So we model this slope behavior again using one-dimensional transient seepage on the vertical direction. Okay, so this is the Richard equation. Again, the same term here capture the transpiration effect. Okay, so in the root zone, we try to also investigate how the root architecture might potentially also affect the water retention curve and the permeability function. And these are the four idealized root architecture distribution along depth. So what you see here is the root volume ratio, the RV that you have seen in part 1 along depth for different shapes. So these are idealized shapes. You will never find it in practice, but we try to capture the most commonly seen shape in our modeling. So with the known RV, okay, so we can then record the void ratio function for the vegetated soil and also the water retention curve, and then you can know exactly what water retention curve will be like at different depths with the known root volume ratio distribution. So apart from this uniform distribution, for the other cases, the water retention curve at different depths will be different, okay, because the RV is changing with depth for different architecture. Now, in this modeling, we assume there's no root decay because we have seen enough in the previous two parts. So we will just focus on how the growth effect would affect the slope stability, particularly through the water retention curve. So what about the permeability function? Now, again, we recall the Van Gunnington equation here, and the Ks here, the saturated permeability is a function of the void ratio using this empirical equation. By having the field measurements or laboratory measurement, we can then calibrate these two material properties, A and B, to see how void ratio could also affect the saturated permeability. Again, by having this void ratio function, then you can predict the permeability function of rooted soil. Okay, so and yeah, so this is the distribution of Ks with depth for different root architecture. Okay, and this is, if you look at the graph carefully with the left-hand side here, basically it's the mirror from the RVR plot here. Just because the more root volume ratio, the more pore the root has occupied, then you have a reduction of the Ks, and that's why it's a mirror image between the RVR and the Ks here. So below the root zone, obviously there's no root effect, so we assume to have the same permeability along depth. So with this information, then we know the permeability function at different depths in that infinite slope. So now let's take a look on the prediction of suction distribution in that infinite slope under a constant rainfall with an intensity of 70 millimeter per hour for 24 hours. Okay, so from the Hong Kong rainfall data, that represented 10 years return period for that particular rainfall effect. And that is the hydrostatic distribution of pore pressure as an initial suction profile in our slope. So these lines here represent the prediction of suction for different root architecture. Okay, so what you see here, the bare slope here without vegetation has the lowest suction as we should have expected, because there are no vegetation effects. So what you can see here in the root zone, not much suction left. That's obvious because when the rainfall happens, the shallow depth, most of the suction would have been destroyed because of the high hydraulic gradient at this soil atmospheric interface. But you will see some significant suction preserved in deeper ground. Okay, so we are trying to explore why this different root architecture could affect the suction preserved at the deeper depths. So if you look at the different components of the water balance equation, including the runoff and the potential evapotranspiration and infiltrated water for different cases of slope, then we will see how the soil hydrology is behaved. So you can see a very thin black bars over there that represent during the 24-hour of rainfall, the transpiration effect is not significant because the period is very small. So the plant couldn't suck all the water, all the rainwater. So during the event, that is the minimal, that has minimal effect during the rainfall. But what consistently you can see here, the vegetated case has a much larger runoff than the bare case, because the vegetation has affected the hydraulic properties, and that encourage runoff. That means less infiltration to the ground. So that means you have a more suction preserved in deeper depth because more water has been discharged as runoff rather than infiltration. But compared to the root architecture, they didn't affect the amount of infiltration too much. Okay. So those are the slope hydrology. So ultimately, we concern more on the slope stability. But before that, we need to estimate the root reinforcement effect. So by calculating the factor of safety using this simple equation, which is the ratio of the shear strength of the rooted soil to the shear stress generated by this above this slip surface, you can then estimate the factor of safety. So we use the extended Mole Coulomb failure envelope. That is the equation published by Sai Venapali, who is one of the organizers today here, to include the suction effect on the shear strength of the soil. Okay, so we have three major terms: cohesion, and also the strength arising from the net normal stress, and also suction. So the plant hydrological effect, we have considered both transpiration and the root-induced changes in hydraulic properties effect in this green part here. So for the mechanical effect, we use a relatively simple model called Wu's model rules and root cohesion. So in this cohesion term, we have additional term called root cohesion to capture the mechanical reinforcement. Because the purpose of this study is to highlight the hydrological effects. So the mechanical effect, we use a relatively simple model. But this root cohesion is a function of the root tensile strength and also the root area ratio. So this is equivalent to the root volume ratio that I showed you earlier. So by having different root volume or the root biomass along that, you will have different reinforcement effects captured by this root cohesion in this term. So basically, this Mole Coulomb failure envelope equation could capture both unsaturated soil and also vegetated soil by this simple method. So here is
Dr. Luying, can you wind up in 2-3 minutes?
Yes, this is my final slide on the result, and then I will have a conclusion.
Thank you.
And yeah, so this is the factor of safety along that. Okay, so what you see, the dotted line here represent the factor of safety of bare slope without any vegetation. And you can see for the top 2.5 meters, the slope is predicted to be unstable only until 2.5 meters. And then if you look at the mechanical, now I have different cases, which is quite complex here, but I'll go through one by one with you. If you look at the legend M, which we consider only the mechanical reinforcement, okay, without any vegetation effect. So you will see the M, the red dotted line, which is overlapping on this line here. So only the top 0.5 meter would be effective to stabilize the slope. Okay, for anything below 0.5 meter, the factor of safety is lower than 1, which means unstable. So although you have different root architecture, but they sorry, this one is only focusing on the uniform triangular root architecture. So the root reinforcement can only reinforce the very shallow slope without unsaturated, the hydrological effect. So here we now start to consider the hydrological effect, but we have H1, H2, and H3 because we try to isolate different hydrological effects in different cases. The first one, we call it H1 by just looking at the transpiration effect. H2, we just look at the root-induced changes in water retention curve. And H3, we only look at the root-induced changes in permeability function. And finally, this M plus H is to consider H1, 2, and 3 all together. So this is the total hydrological effect. So if you look at the M plus H1 by having a transpiration effect, you will see the green dotted line is actually overlapping the previous M only case. Okay. So in other words, the transpiration again during the rainfall is not significant and is not helping the stability too much during the rainfall by this transpiration. Now let's look at H2, which is represented by this dotted blue line when we consider only the root effect on the water retention curve. Again, quite surprisingly, it also overlaps the previous two cases. So in other words, it doesn't help much during this rainfall effect. Okay. Now, if you look at the problem further, look at the H3, which we have the permeability function effect, and that is represented by the purple line, and you see a significant improvement of the factor of safety. So by doing this simple comparison, then we can see, actually the root changes the permeability function is more important than the water retention in terms of slope stability under using our relatively simple modeling approach. So obviously, if we combine all these three effects, M plus H, represented by this red solid line here, it overlaps to the previous case. So the predominant vegetation hydrological effect in this case is through the root-induced changes in permeability function instead of the water retention curve for this slope stability problem. So that's why we have been recently shifting our focus on looking at the permeability rather than the water retention curve that we have been doing in the last several years. So to conclude, maybe some take-home messages, I would say. So transpiration is not the only mechanism of plant transpiration effect. The root-induced changes in soil hydraulic properties could be significant, especially the water retention curve and also permeability function. Okay, depending on the root growth dynamic, if the root is actively growing, it could perhaps increase the water retention by soil densification, or it could decay or reduce the water retention curve because of the soil loosening effect. And the permeability could also be very sensitive to the root growth dynamics. It could be increased or decreased depending on the growth conditions. However, we try to capture the physical effect by developing a void ratio function and to capture the root-induced changes, soil hydraulic properties by having these two simple parameters that we could collect from the field or in the laboratory. By simple parametric study, we highlight the significance or the importance of the permeability function affected by the roots relatively more important than the effect on water retention curve. So that concludes my presentation today. So thank you very much for your listening and attention, and I hope you enjoy my talk today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lewing, for a very lucid presentation. And I think I have not seen any questions in the chat box, but can I ask one question?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
Yeah, see, this biotechnical stabilization and this root stabilization, you have considered, the slopes like 40, 45 degrees and up.
Sorry, consider the slope.
Slope angle 40 degrees or so.
In this case, yes, 40 degree, because we have a friction angle of 37 degree for our local soil.
Yeah. So let us say that if you are having normal slopes or finite slopes, which are maybe around 60 degrees to 70 degrees and all.
Right.
How effective is this, the soil stability with the roots?
Well, first of all, we have to identify some plant that is favorable to grow in very steep slope, because not all the plant like to grow in this sort of a cliff, So, they would have some physiological responses under this very steep slope condition because of the gravity. So actually, for example, in the Hong Kong standard, when we design our landscape for the slope, we normally wouldn't recommend to use the plant as a stabilization tourist for very steep slope. So definitely, I do agree the slope angle could have affected the root reinforcement effect on the slope. So what we have been doing here recently is to look at the anisotropy effect of the root reinforcement. Because in this non-infinite slope, you have a regular geometry, you have a circular slip surface. Depending on the root orientation, it could affect the root reinforcement effect. It's not the same everywhere, like what we have in the infinite slope. So now we have been investigating, could we engineer the slope better by putting appropriate species to have appropriate root architecture so that you can stabilize the slope more efficiently. So to answer your question, if you have a steep slope, and we identify suitable species with a correct root growth orientation, we could stabilize the slope pretty well by considering the anisotropy effect as well.
Okay. Then, the one more thing is that, larger the plant spacing, the root, densification, or what you can say, root growth is increasing drastically, correct?
If they put closer.
If you put closer, it's coming is better. Is it correct?
Now, that's a very interesting phenomenon. If you look at this graph here on the right-hand side, actually the close plant spacing would have a bigger root length density. As you correctly mentioned, if they put closer, they will grow more roots. However, you will see the extent of the biomass is much smaller than the wider spacing. So this is more dispersed.
With wider plant spacing, the roots are more dispersed, correct?
Yes, correct. So for the closer spacing, they grow a lot, but they are very intense together, and there are lots of decay roots.
Yeah, that's actually one is, in this, the wider, is it, does it mean that, the plant production also will be high when you have large plant spacing?
Well, it depends on how can I say? So if you want to have more root biomass, you want to put it closer, according to our experiment. Okay. But you want a more extend root coverage in the soil, then you want to make it wider. And yeah. I think interesting, and I could see that one interesting observation I have is that your every alternative slide is a published paper. That's really great. Right.
Okay. Excellent presentation, Dr. Lin.
Thank you.
Maybe I think we should have an opportunity to meet you physically. At IIT Bombay also, we have a large beam centrifuge facility. Maybe I place an invitation to you to come to Bombay.
I'd love to. Yeah.
I'll write an email to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah.
And I'll be, I think, passing on to the organizers just to see. Professor Srideep, and you have any questions? Can you...
No, we can move on to the next presentation.
Yeah. So, Dr. Anthony Liu, thank you very much for your time and very lucid presentation. And we'll be in touch with you. Okay.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you, Srideep, as well for the introduction. Thank you.
And now I take the privilege of introducing Professor Snehasis Tripathi, the professor in University of Cardiff, United Kingdom. And Professor Snehasis Tripathi is well known in India also. We would have actually seen him in IGC 2021 physically also, but because of this particular pandemic, we are able to see him virtually. Dr. Snehasis Tripathi is currently professor in Civil Engineering Department, Geo-Environmental Research Center, GRC, Cardiff, UK, and a PhD from IISc Bangalore, and worked in 2000 and worked in different laboratories, different research projects in India, Singapore, Germany, and UK. I remember that he worked with Professor Tom Shans also, the former professor of Ruhr University Bochum, where I did PhD, and he's a leading researcher with established international research profile and high precision experiments. That is the work which actually has conducted to investigate the hydromechanical thermal chemical process in unsaturated soils, in basically relation to the underground disposal of the nuclear waste and climatic change, which is actually trying, and published more than 80+ papers in international journals and conferences. And Snehas is an editorial board of Geotechnique, CGJ, IGJ, and Journal of Geomechanics for Energy and the Environment, and Journal of Rock Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering. And it is my, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Snehas Tripathi to speak on coupled thermo-hydromechanical behavior of unsaturated soils. Professor Snehas Tripathi, please. Kindly share your presentation.
Thank you. Are you able to see?
Yeah.
Slide? And you can also hear me. Yeah?
Yes. And can you put your slides? Yeah.
Okay. Many thanks, Professor Viswanathan. I'm really grateful to the organizers for inviting me to deliver this lecture. It's a great pleasure. Many thanks. So the topic I have been asked to discuss is coupled thermo-hydromechanical behavior of unsaturated soils. This is the brief presentation outline. I'll give you some examples of unsaturated soils being exposed to both temperature and water. Water is very common, but there are cases where you can encounter high temperature. I'm not going to cover the exposure of unsaturated soils to low temperature or negative temperature. Then I'm going to take you through the case of nuclear waste repository stability aspects. What are the laboratory tests I usually carried out to get the response of the soil or geomaterials due to the thermo-hydromechanical loading. Then I'm going to show you some THM or thermo-hydromechanical column tests that are usually performed to study the response of the material. So I'm going to show you some example results for one type of bentonite, that's MX80 bentonite at two different temperatures with and without water. And then some concluding remarks. Unsaturated soils may be exposed to high temperature and water. There are cases, for example, the underground high voltage cables. They can actually emit a temperature up to 70 degrees or more in some cases. They're usually buried at shallow depth and surrounded by soil. So heat emission from these cables can be taken up by the unsaturated soils surrounding them. And the soil has to actually deal with it. Imagine a situation if you have got expansive soil or collapsible soil, there may be a lot of structural changes, fabric changes within the soil system. And then when it comes in contact with water during the rainy season, there may be changes in the effective stress. So changes in the effective stress actually causes a lot of problems within unsaturated soil. Another example is a geothermal power plant where we try to get hot water at a high pressure to the surface level. And when the pressure drops, it gets converted to steam and then is taken to the turbine to produce the energy. And then it's pumped back into the water system, and then the cycle continues. When it reaches the near surface level, interaction of the temperature that is emitting from hot water from boreholes can be there with the surrounding soil, unsaturated soil, and then they can actually change the behavior of the unsaturated soil. The third example that you see on the right-hand side is the nuclear waste repository, where this is basically engineered. You have unsaturated material in the form of bentonite or expansive soil surrounding the waste canister at a depth of 300 to 1,000 meters below the ground level. And the heat in this case comes from the radioactive waste itself due to the decay in the radiotoxicity level. The heat generated goes into unsaturated compacted bentonite and then further to the host rock. So the material surrounding the radioactive waste has to take high temperature. In addition to that, in all these three cases that I have shown here, you can have presence of water. If there is no water, the situation is different. So we've got only thermo-mechanical effect, whereas if you have got hydraulic effect is there, in addition to thermal effect, then you've got coupled thermo-hydromechanical effect. So there are other examples that are listed here. For example, ground source heat pumps, energy piles, and changes in the temperature, atmospheric temperature, particularly going beyond 40 degrees centigrade, can significantly influence the behavior of certain fine-grained soils. So these are some possible boundary conditions that I have shown here. Very common is hydromechanical. You have unsaturated soil under a given overburden pressure and getting exposed to water. So you've got a hydromechanical problem. So if you don't have a water source, you have unsaturated soil and only temperature is acting. So you've got a thermomechanical aspect, which is a very specific condition. In certain situations, you can have both temperature, high temperature, and also in addition to that, we have water. So this is basically an engineering challenge. It's very difficult to predict or assess, make an estimate of long-term behavior, particularly long-term behavior of material. Those have been subjected to thermo, hydro, and mechanical effect. It's all about changes in the effective stress, as I said. Water can cause hydraulic gradient, temperature can cause thermal gradient, and both can influence the suction gradient. And because of the suction gradient, you can have redistribution of moisture and development of stresses or change in the effective stress. Let's imagine a situation we have got unsaturated soil and it is subjected to hydraulic loading. Of course, water can get into the soil and the soil can become saturated. If you have thermal loading or thermohydraulic loading, a saturated soil can become unsaturated, and also an unsaturated soil can become saturated. So you've got an interesting situation here. So this is a slide showing the nuclear waste repository conditions at a depth of 300 to 1,000 meters below the ground level. We have access galleries and the disposal pits, and then we have waste being stored. So the heat flow occurs from the waste due to radiation, conduction, and convection, and it goes to the bentonite and then to the host rock. The magnitude of temperature actually will influence the spacing between the waste package and also the distance between the access galleries. So there are risks we need to consider. Because of high temperature, the magnitude of temperature going beyond, let's say, 200 degrees centigrade up to 300 or 500 degrees at a particular location, you can expect some chemical alteration of the material which are present surrounding the waste. And of course, they're going to change or subsequently affect or influence the swelling and hydraulic properties. And in the end, probably the objective of the engineered barrier may get lost. So high magnitude of temperature can also initiate some high stresses within the system. The gas pressure also may increase, etc., etc. So if we discuss about the stability of nuclear waste repositories, yes, we require stress, as I put a tick mark here. We require the barrier material to seal the system. If you have got any fracture or cracks, etc., sealing should be proper or appropriate. The barrier material should be able to absorb the ion, certain ions, and mineralogical transformation should not occur. So if you are using certain kind of material, the mineralogy should stay intact for a number of years. If you take a look at the literature, so many research studies have been conducted at a temperature below 100 degrees centigrade, because there are regions to limit the temperature of 200 degrees centigrade, because beyond 100 degrees centigrade, we actually don't understand well now what is going to happen to the engineered barrier system and how the host rock is going to behave, etc., etc. There have been some key findings from thermo-hydromechanical loading, swelling potential, swelling pressure, water holding, that's the water retention, and compressibility usually exhibit a decreasing trend. Permeability may increase, whereas mineralogical phase transformation may occur at temperature greater than 300 degrees centigrade. Of course, you require a specific condition. You need to have potassium in the environment to cause mineralogical transformation. So effects are very, very less when we talk about low dry density or low pressure conditions. THM laboratory test, I mean, researchers have been doing since mid-70s, I would say, starting from Switzerland, and until now we get to see every journal will publish a THM laboratory test. Usually, when it comes to applying suction, axis translation, vapor equilibrium, and osmotic techniques are used. THM column tests are very special tests. These are instrumented columns, and they can actually give you, under a temperature gradient and hydraulic gradient, the relative humidity changes and the water content changes and the stresses in different direction, both in axial and radial direction. Of course, you can do post-mortem analysis to study the volumetric characteristics and mineralogical characteristic changes. This is just an example showing probably the first temperature cell to study the THM behavior of expansive soil, designed in UPC Barcelona by Romero and others to study mainly swelling pressure and swelling potential of compacted expansive soils. This is a Cardiff version. Almost at the same time, my good friend Steve Rees designed this. I asked him whether he visited UPC Barcelona during this time. He said yes. Of course, he had discussion with Romero when he was designing this. So it's very similar. Basically, you can have an oil reservoir which can be heated to provide a higher temperature condition, and then the normal testing, odometer testing, keeping the sample and measuring the swelling pressure or swelling potential. This is UPC collaboration with Bauhaus University Weimar when I was working. So we had the entire system kept in a temperature control chamber, and the tests were carried out within the chamber. This is a thermo-hydromechanical column instrumented device where you can have a sample here, and then you have relative humidity sensors, and then you can measure the axial stress, can hit the sample from the bottom and supply water from the top. The water temperature can be regulated using a thermo conditioning unit at the top. The water can be pressurized to apply up to 600 kilopascal of water pressure from the top. So basically mimicking the repository condition, field condition. This is another version of the thermal column or thermohydraulic mechanical column designed that Ruo University vacuum. And this was done by Tom Sands and his colleagues. Abhishek Rawat, who finished his PhD before last year, was involved in this particular project. The specialty of this cell is that you can measure the vertical stress and also the radial stress changes during the thermohydraulic loading. The most important thing in TH column test is the choice of devices or accessories to measure suction. You can't measure suction using a suction probe because you can measure up to only 1500 kilopascal, whereas the bentonites can have temperature at very high temperature. So HMP 110 and HMT 315, these are some of the relative humidity and temperature probes are frequently used in measuring the relative humidity, and then you can convert the humidity and temperature to suction. To look at the range, this can a particular humidity sensor can work at a temperature of 40 to 80 degrees centigrade, whereas the other one can be used at minus 40 to 180 degrees centigrade. Of course, the financial implications are huge. The sensor here is probably about 1,500 pounds, whereas this is probably about 300 pounds. So I'm going to show you some examples on MX80 bentonite. The bentonite was compacted at 1.65 megagram per cubic meter water content, and the dimension of the sample 100 millimeter diameter and 30 centimeter high in one case, and in another case 80 millimeter high. The samples were prepared by statically compacted samples, and tests were carried out at one side 25, the other side 85 degrees centigrade, and the T means top and B means bottom. In other case, this is 25 and 150. With 20 and 40 millimeter insulation. This was seriously considered because the host rock surrounding compacted bentonite may have different thermal characteristics. So heat can flow easily in some cases, and some cases it may not. So that is going to influence the magnitude of temperature within the repository. Water pressure adopted was 0 kilopascal and 600 kilopascal. This is just showing an example of the relative humidity and temperature changes due to thermal loading. So the initial temperature 20 degree, and if you hit it to 150 degrees centigrade, the temperature can rise quite significantly, and then temperature equilibrium may occur. The relative humidity variation is quite interesting because in some cases the humidity may show an increasing trend, and in some cases it may increase and then decrease. What was observed in this case was that the thermal insulation, 20 millimeter and 40 millimeter. So if you are using 40 millimeter thermal insulation, the temperature you get is much higher, but simultaneously the relative humidity changes goes to very small value, because at high temperature the relative humidity is influenced a lot. So the suction basically is going to be higher. So this is a thermohydraulic loading at temperature and relative humidity are shown there. The variation temperature can get stabilized quickly, whereas the relative humidity requires quite significant amount of time to get equilibrated. But most interesting thing here is to note that due to thermohydraulic loading, even if there is availability of water for the material to soak in, but the material remains saturated because we've got a presence of temperature. This is thermal loading, temperature and relative humidity profile. So this is 150 degrees centigrade temperature, whereas this is 85 degrees centigrade temperature with two different dimensions of the sample. This is 300 millimeter, the top, and this is 80 millimeter thick sample. What is interesting to see here is that when you insulate or do not allow the temperature to flow easily, then actually there is an increase in the temperature. So that happens when you use a 40 millimeter thick insulation layer. whereas in 20 millimeter, the temperature becomes less. Whereas if you go to humidity, where there is less temperature, you got higher humidity, whereas high temperature, you got low humidity. The other thing to note is that the profiles are non-linear. In case of thermohydraulic loading, the interesting thing to observe is that the insulation effect was nullified. You get a single relationship between temperature and distance, also in case of 85 degrees centigrade. And interestingly, the relative humidity profile is a linear relationship between humidity 10% to 100%. This is showing some volumetric parameter changes. This is water content. So this initial water content was 15%. Part of the sample underwent wetting process, whereas the other part, the water content decreased and it underwent a drying process. That didn't happen in case of the sample, which was small. Everything, everywhere except at the heater end, the sample increased. The water content of the sample increased. Same as water content you have when there is a drying a part of the sample, the dry density increased, whereas the part where the water content increased, the dry density decreased. The degree of saturation changes obviously gets affected by the water content change. At farther from the heat source, the degree of saturation was higher, whereas closer to the heat source, the degree of saturation dropped. So that's the suction versus distance of heat source. As you much closer to the heat source, the suction was very high. It can go up to 550 megapascal. Whereas at the other end, you have zero suction when at the waterfront. So you can imagine a situation for an unsaturated material. It's the same material, about 300 millimeter, that is 31 foot thick sample. And the suction variation in that is from 0 to 600 megapascal. With regard to the stress development, when there was only temperature applied, the axial stress increased and could not be sustained, and it decreased further with time. Whereas where we had the hydraulic loading, in addition to thermal loading, the axial stress increased continuously and was stabilized. So only thermal loading, the stress may not be sustained for a long period of time. You need to have water to keep the stress at a high level. Some concluding remarks. It's very relevant problem. You need to consider thermohydraulic loading for specific situations in order to study the behavior of unsaturated soils. The THM column test actually provides some crucial information with regard to suction, stress variation, changes in the properties, including mineralogical properties, which are required, in fact, for long-term assessment of the material. One thing that is to be noted is that thermal and thermohydraulic loading, they cause moisture movement from hotter to cooler regions, accompanied by changes in the effective stress in unsaturated soil. There are a couple of references I've put there, and acknowledgement to EPSRC for funding this particular project under safe barriers. Many thanks for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Snehas Tripathi. I think well in time and the crisp. I think I request I think some of the participants who are here, maybe Professor Srideep or Professor Sai Vanapalli is there, Dr. Ashutosh Kumar is there, Janaki Ramaya, Professor Manwar Basha. Maybe some questions can be asked. Professor Basha, can you ask some questions? Professor Tall? Jayanta, would like to ask any question? Chagraj?
Chagraj should ask.
Yes. Yes. Professor Chagraj, are you there?
Dr. Tripathi, it's a very interesting
Hello.
presentation.
Yes, yes, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Yes, you have touched many important points that have to be taken into consideration. Is there some research that is going on in this direction to take into account of freeze and thaw effects and how the cracking can influence? In other words, I'm trying to see a much more comprehensive model taking into account of the climate change. You have stressed THMC, but let us say in a long run, maybe 100 years, 200 years, what can we expect if there is some kind of catastrophic things that can take place? So I'm playing a devil's advocate here. We are doing a lot of research and we are doing some very interesting things. But let us say if something happens like what has happened in Japan, or sometime the Second World War during Germany, something like this happens, what would happen? What would be the possible impacts? Just a general thing that you can comment on.
Thank you, sir, for asking this question. What I see is that the weather pattern is changing. So we have snowfall in desert areas, and we have got a longer drought period. Take for example in the UK, a couple of years back, we had very high temperature recorded in 80 and 90 years. So it's changing. So what I see is that a soil which has been equilibrated with a known weather pattern is now going to get exposed to a changing weather pattern with involving high temperature, low temperature. So these kind of studies actually is going to allow us to understand if an expansive soil is now going to get subjected to both negative temperature and high positive temperature, how it is going to respond to. So there are, as you rightly mentioned, there are a number of places, I think, including you, we have been carrying out a lot of studies by exposing soils and geomaterials to freezing, thawing, wetting and drying, all cycles. The challenges that I see at this particular stage, the studies are extremely relevant, but we don't have accessories to measure, monitor the suction changes, for example, for a large suction range, and during freezing, for example, and during thawing. So these are some challenges, but still there are tests ongoing which are providing us with some interesting results in this regard. With regard to stability conditions of waste repositories, many countries are being impatient now to bury the radioactive waste at high temperature. So we have been discussing since last couple of years that the temperature that should be considered should be higher than 150 degrees centigrade, even 200 to 300 degrees centigrade. One thing is that at surface level, we have less of a storage space. Two, because of various activities within the society, there is high risk to store highly radioactive waste at surface level for a long time. So increasing temperature to 200 degrees centigrade or even more is also a subject. There are huge risks involved, and I think researchers in geotechnical engineering, particularly those who are involved in unsaturated soil testing, have got a huge role to play in this kind of research. Thank you, sir.
Professor Vishwanathan, can I ask?
Yeah, please.
Unmuted immediately.
Please, Professor Tyagaraja.
Sir, very interesting presentation. I enjoyed Just would like to ask whether you're carrying out in this THMC any plans to include the chemo.
Tagraj, chemo is already there within the material, as you know. You have done a lot of work in this regard.
In the development of your instrumentation.
In the instrumentation side, I'm very poor, Tagraj, in terms of instrumentation of chemical things. Mineralogical, I can touch upon. With regard to measuring chemical changes at high temperature. We're talking not about 40, 50 degrees centigrade. We're talking about 150 degrees centigrade. These are quite challenging stuff. I think I'm alone. I don't think I can manage. Hopefully, we'll have collaboration with you to solve these kind of problems in the future.
Very interesting, sir. And next question, sir. That the curve, stress strain curves that you have shown is continuously decreasing. Any mechanism or any microstructural thing has been investigated? Yeah.
Look, I mean, if there is a continuous increase in the stress due to movement of moisture, then the stress can be sustained for a long time. But if you've got a shrinkage taking place at one end, which actually reduces the stress level. So we've got a change in the volume taking place. So that stress which was,
The question is it because of the shrinkage or anything else?
I mean, you're taking out water at 150 degrees centigrade from the interlayer space. There are changes at microstructure level happening. Of course, you can expect the volumetric deformation or volume change, volume decrease to take place. And recent studies also show that you have got interesting results in terms of radial stress measurements, which was carried out by Rawat. So the stresses are changing within the system because of the temperature and because of the water. Because you have got continuous supply of water from the top. In the first case, the top curves that you see, where the temperature, the stress is maintained. Whereas there is no supply of water here. So that's another thing to note.
Very interesting. I
don't know what is going to happen if you remove the water source. That may also decrease. So you require actually 2 megapascal for the stability of the waste repository. You don't require very high stresses.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Tiger.
Process analysis in this particular curve, you know, the upper one, if you see with the solid legend, no, the black one.
Yeah.
And the you know, with the time, the stress is falling very drastically, isn't it? Is is it because of you know, that indicating very high brittle behavior?
You're right, Professor Viswanathan. The material is changing.
Yes,
I mean
very rapidly.
Yeah, I mean I can give you, quickly an information that we determine water content at 110 degrees centigrade. Yeah. So here for 200 days you have exposed the material to a high temperature of 150 degrees centigrade. So brittle behavior can be noted. It's very difficult to take out the sample, even from the cell, it segregates and it breaks. It's like burnt soil. Very stiff at places, like rock, and some places are also brittle behavior. Yeah.
It's like, suppose if you're having a slope, let us say, and it is subjected to these conditions of this temperature. Let us say it is not happening due to some reason. Then in that case, it can just, fade like pack of cards. Is it correct?
Yeah, it is possible. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, this case, when the stress decrease, and you require 2 megapascal, as I said, for the stability of the repository. In this case, you can see that the stress is hitting actually about 2.5 megapascal in some cases.
Yes.
But at high
coming to zero almost.
Almost zero.
Yes. Yeah. No, you don't require up to 200 days. Maybe at 100th day or so, it will start falling.
Yeah. And we're talking about hundreds and thousands of years for the materials to be there in this condition.
Yeah. But you can see the rapid changes. I think very interesting presentation, Professor Snehastis. And I think I really enjoyed, along with my young budding researchers who are actually, listening your presentation virtually, and also some participants who have attended also. On behalf of the organizers, I take this opportunity to thank you for sparing time and speaking to all of us. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I think Srideep, I think we will be introducing Professor Dr. S. Campbell. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Colleen Campbell. He's a senior research scientist with Meter Group. Formerly, it is known as Decagon Devices, and serves as the Vice President of the Environment. And he's also an adjunct professor with the Department of Crop and Social Sciences at Washington State University. He teaches, very interestingly, environmental biophysics as a subject. And following his PhD in soil physics at Texas A&M, and he studied the field scale carbon flux. And Dr. Campbell has spent about the last 20 years developing sensors and instrumentation to make measurements in soil, plant, atmosphere continuum. And is also active in with the colleagues around the world conducting experiments to solve the problems on the climate change and agriculture, and spends considerable time in disseminating the research through in-person and online seminars, I think. One interesting thing is that, he actually has thermal properties of the surface of the Mars as a part of NASA's 2007 Phoenix mission. And his latest work has been focused on combining the remote sensing and in situ data to provide more complete picture of water and soil. And that is about Dr. Colleen Campbell. He's going to talk on the improving the outcomes of geometrical field monitoring campaigns. Dr. Campbell, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for sparing your time, and good evening, good morning, and good afternoon wherever you are. And I request you to start delivering your lecture, share your presentation.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here with everyone in this amazing global seminar, and I look forward to sharing my little piece of the story that we've discussed so far. Now, let me ask: can you see my presentation?
Yeah, I'm able to see the presentation. I'm able to hear you. Yes.
Okay, I am now not able to get my cursor on this screen.
You want the
just
cursor?
Give me a moment.
Yeah.
I'm just.
No problem. We have time.
Okay. Yep. For some reason, it's not allowing me to. Just a moment. I can see it on my other screen, but it's not allowing me to do it. One moment. Okay. There we go. Okay. Yep, it wasn't allowing me to advance the slides. So now you see my presentation, I assume.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
No. Let's see.
The second slide, practical limitations of.
Okay. Yeah. Just a moment. Let me try that again. It paused my presentation.
No problem.
So,
Colleen, you may have to duplicate the presentation. Maybe that is the problem.
Okay, I think it's showing now. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we should be on the introduction slide. Thank you so much for the invitation to talk here, and a great session so far. I want to focus on the measurement side. My career has focused on measurement of soil, of plants and atmosphere, and it's interesting to put me in a session with all of these great conversations talking about soil suction the movement of heat and water. This is all something that's very interesting to me, but I hope my perspective that I bring to this is a little bit, shall we say, orthogonal to some of the conversation that we've had, because my experience is in geotechnical engineering and unsaturated soil, but it comes in the context of a soil physicist. And we have different ways of perceiving these things. And I hope that this will add to this great discussion. So I want to focus not on what I usually do, which is measurements in soil, but actually expand our discussion to improving the outcomes of geomaterial field monitoring campaigns, because this has been one of the challenges that I've had for my entire career, always trying to put together these campaigns that are often challenging and sometimes can lead to difficulties when trying to publish. I want to first start out, though, with a story of how our world is changing. My wife and I left our home a couple of years ago and went traveling. And while I was traveling, I received an email from my thermostat in the home. It said I had a problem, that in fact, the temperature in my home had dropped below the low temperature that I had set there. And instead of allowing the pipes to freeze, I live in a very cold region of the United States. It was wondering if I should change something about the system. I looked at my phone and found from my cloud delivered data that my furnace was off and wasn't providing the heating as I thought it should. So I used my phone just to turn my furnace back on and saved myself maybe many thousands of dollars in repair costs as the home was heated again while I never was there. Now, the goal of field monitoring campaigns, when we're trying to focus on the measurement of geomaterials, is to really understand those systems better. So today I want to discuss some innovations that are changing the way that moisture is being monitored in geomaterials. And I see this as a multifaceted challenge. First of all, something that has bothered my own career for many years is the robustness of the monitoring sensors. Whether we're talking about measurements of soil water content, of soil suction, of weather, these all are challenging when we get to the field and are trying to make those measurements. But that's not the only thing we face. We face things like time and effort to install the sensors. And I've got several pictures here of projects I've been associated with that are showing some of these challenges of installation or of data collection and the reliability, not only setting up a data logging device, but having it somehow connect back to what we're actually trying to do is collect that data and turn it into something interesting, both connecting with the stakeholders on the project and also creating just the knowledge from the data that will help move our science forward. Now, most of you are well aware of the problems we're trying to deal with in measuring moisture in geomaterials. Moisture is a critical factor in infrastructure and its performance over time, whether we're talking about road embankments, road beds, concrete bridges, or et cetera. These are just things that I've been able to work with. There's been conversation today about other opportunities where we're measuring moisture, like on nuclear material burial. Continuous monitoring of moisture could provide proactive control to minimize damage, for example, or just increase our understanding of systems. Now, sensing geomaterials or even plants, as we've talked about today, and atmospheric conditions becomes more importantly, especially in the context of climate change. What's going to happen in the future probably hasn't necessarily been defined with the past. So monitoring and gathering information becomes more and more critical. Now, when I think about things that I've done in the past, monitoring campaigns, I think about areas where we've set out to do a campaign. We've made a site map, for example. We've installed all our systems. We've set up telemetry and wiring. We've manually downloaded the data. So this is our workflow generally. We've error checked that in spreadsheets. I've gone back to the field, manually downloaded the data again, checked it again. We do this over and over. We set up some sort of database to store the data from multiple sites and tried to connect with our stakeholders, combining it maybe in Excel, MATLAB, or others. And then eventually we get to this decision or manuscript that needs to be put together. But as I've thought about this over the years, I've really understood that a lot of the pieces of this effort, they require work, but don't necessarily generate value in the system. And so what I did was actually take in this flow and turn red those boxes where I see we have to go do work, but we don't necessarily create value. I always think site planning always creates value. And certainly once we create our manuscript or our conference presentation or the decision with our infrastructure, those are important. But a lot of the stuff inside here that we do isn't necessarily valuable. It's just something that's required to get to where we want to go. So what we need to do is have a system that simplifies this workflow. And I want to talk about some of the things that I've been working on and we've been doing in some of our studies to first simplify sensor installation and also to get quick deployments of telemetry systems such that we don't have to spend as much time in the field wiring sensors into data loggers and figuring out how to put those in boxes and set up our solar panels, et cetera. Talk about the systems that require less maintenance, less field visits, and also may tell us when the problem arises with our system so that we can make sure to address those problems, or even like my house, be able to make changes in systems and a quick decision to ensure everything is acceptable. Finally, to look at things like data visualization and to get the data onto the cloud where all stakeholders can access those data. Now, here's my idea of an improved workflow where we still do some of these things, but for example, our installation goes faster, our telemetry setup maybe has been done for us. There's no manual data upload, no necessity to visit sites. We're simply able to have automatic error checking. So we get these alerts, as I mentioned. We've got robust cloud storage, so all stakeholders are sharing in the data, and we quickly are able to reach decisions or see possible trends that we haven't seen before. And finally, through visualization, we can produce the infrastructure decisions or the conference manuscript that we're looking for as quickly as possible. One of the projects we're working on where we're doing this is a frost-thaw cycle project that's being done as a part of a collaboration that we're working on with Dr. Asif Ahmed at the State University of New York. In this case, we see significant damage to roads because of traffic driving on roads through freeze-thaw cycles. Obviously, in the spring after winter freezing events, we've deployed moisture and temperature systems to help model to predict the road weight restrictions in the spring and see if we can do a better job of saving those roads. And to do this, I want to illustrate some of the things that we've done to speed up this process. And as I talk about this, I'll admit that I'm going to use some pictures and experience out of some of the agriculture applications that I've been on, because I've been able to take pictures, but these would be applicable to any of these situations. For example, the rapid installation of sensors. We've built, for example, a system to quickly install volumetric water content sensors where we auger a 2-meter deep hole, potentially that deep, and can install sensors in this 10-centimeter wide installation hole. We can do it in 3 minutes if we don't have a lot of rocks in the soil. and there's low site disturbance and low effort. With these sensors that have durable epoxy, we're not worried so much of the robustness of the sensor, but we can get these sensors in to 15, for example, 15, 45, 75 centimeter depths. You can go down to 2 meters. In this particular study I'm showing here, we installed those at those depths. Just for fun, this has been such a challenge for me to rapidly install sensors in the soil that I just wanted to show you a few pictures of this process where we have an auger that's 10 centimeters wide. We auger this hole. We take this installation tool here, set the depth of our sensor, and then we put our sensor into a carrier on the side of this installation tool, can lower it down in the soil and quickly insert that sensor very accurately into the sidewall of that hole. As you see there, some other things that we now can do in field studies that haven't really been done before is rapidly install things. Dr. Toll was talking about the interaction of weather in all of our studies, and here's a all-in-one rapidly deployable weather station that gets precipitation, wind, all those things, even calculating evapotranspiration, reference evapotranspiration that we can install along with a data logging system that auto recognizes sensors and uses just a smartphone to set everything up. So we're quickly ready to measure our weather. We've got soil sensors plugged in here, and we don't even have to worry about the solar panels. It's all integrated into this one system here. GPS tells us where that system is, so we're always on the map, and a cell phone link automatically loads data onto the cloud. So that kind of takes care of this side of the flow. As we look at automatic error checking, cloud delivered data and location, just want to step you through some of the things that we can use to visualize data. Once we have these sites up, we can go ahead and visualize, for example, the water content over time and just see what's happening along with our precipitation events. We can also set up things that help us know whether or not our system is on track. For example, just error checking. Here's an example of a software that allows us just to set up lower and upper limits to our sensor and then send us emails or texts if we ever fall outside those expected ranges, which is pretty important, especially when in climate change, things change quickly. And we have these large events that may need our looking at that research site. Another big thing for field campaigns is simply the collaboration. The more eyes on the data, the better outcomes we have. But more importantly, when we work, especially in university systems, we're always changing people on projects. And for me, having graduate students that move on and then me trying to figure out where the data are that they put together becomes a big challenge. So just being able, like for example, in the software, to be able to add people to the project and make sure everybody has eyes on it is really important. So I just want to highlight a couple of other experiments we've been working on. This is another project for freeze thaw and road beds. This is in the state of Utah, the United States, in conjunction with Dr. Spencer Guthrie at Brigham Young University. Installed sensors below a road bed here. Here's the finished product. We're looking at suction and at water content below the road bed and looking at how freeze thaw cycles actually caused water to move. This is actually looking at salt intrusion in a bridge deck where we installed our data logging system down below the bridge deck and ran our wires up into the surface of the road bed where we were measuring water content, temperature, and electrical conductivity in that road bed to see how the application of road salts was deteriorating that bridge deck over time. So in summary, I consider this idea of waste, anything that doesn't add value to our moisture monitoring process or all the connections like the weather or in plants. if it doesn't add value to what we're doing, the reduction, I mean, I think that's where technology takes us, is the reduction in this waste. And a refined workflow helps us easily deploy cloud-based systems to help identify problems and reduce the workload for stakeholders, so we can focus on things that add value, that matter most, and add value to the people that we're trying to serve. So the goal is to spend more time with your data. Simple installations, robust sensors decrease the labor that you put in, error checking and visualization, make sure that things go well in the experiment, and seamless data sharing and the ability to port this data over into whatever software we're working to analyze that data helps our outcomes go better. And this is really where this science is going. And with that, I will take questions.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Campbell, for finishing well in time. I think we have, a couple of minutes for generating questions. Maybe I request the participants who are attending this here to, throw some questions. If you wanted to ask questions through chat box, kindly please type your questions in the chat box. I will read and then Dr. Campbell can ask.
Professor Vishwanath, can
yeah,
I?
Please. Yeah, please, Dr. Rajesh.
Thanks, Campbell, for a very interesting presentation. So I have a quick query. This is not a question as such. So because every sensors need some calibration, right? So does one-time calibration is sufficient for us to use those sensors and its the measurements, because this is going to be there for several days, months, and years, right? Do we need to frequently calibrate it, or one time? Because once if you place the sensor, then we will not be able to take it out. So does one-time calibration is sufficient?
Yeah, great question. And thank you for the invitation to be here, setting this up. Our experience, and we've been calibrating and evaluating sensors for the last 20 years in our lab. And I can only speak to sensors really that Meter Group has been producing, and a few that we've tested. But when we talk about in-ground sensors, our experience is that there is a consistency of calibration over time, with a few rare exceptions. So when we intend to put these in the ground, our expectation is that the calibration remains consistent for years. And so far, in a lot of the projects we've been doing, especially with the latest sensors that have been built, we're seeing installations of 5 to 10 years or more, and the consistency of those calibrations remains stable over time.
Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Campbell, there is one question in the chat box. This is from the Busai Muhammad. He would like to know what is likely the cost of instrumentation of a natural infinite soil slope, and what power supply is required in remote areas.
Yeah, that's a good question. A lot of I can only I don't know a lot about costs in terms of how they are internationally. In the United States, when we are trying to measure, for example, water content, most water content sensors available that are given good enough quality measurement are going to cost between $100 and $200 here in the United States or so. And so that's kind of, for example, water content or maybe a typical suction sensor from a group like Meter Group or Campbell Scientific, our sister company, or others. That's a typical cost. Now, the question about measuring, deploying telemetry systems, they have a range of options in terms of power supplies. The system that I was showing you there has an integrated solar panel that can last 3 or 4 years or more on the same batteries. And these batteries we're using are very simple. They're just they're just AA batteries. This is what we call them in the United States. They're freely available, rechargeable batteries from a store here. And so with the low power sensing systems that I showed here, there isn't much of a system or power supply that's needed, but you can go all the way up to power supply like on one of the Campbell Scientific systems that have large solar panels and large batteries for robust, large systems that use a lot of power.
I think good. Thank you. I think this particular instrumentation, have you also got combined with other measures like some tilt meter, you know, or you know, the extensometer and all those things and all, so that, you know, we can see the slope movements also?
Sure. At this point, we haven't done that. It's kind of on our development plan. For systems that maybe we want to do extensometers or tilting or other things, like I say, we work with Campbell Scientific. It's a sister company. My last name is Campbell. This was started by my uncles many years ago, and my father started this meter group company. And so even though the companies are really large now, we still work together quite closely. And Campbell Scientific offers these more robust systems that can take in maybe larger sensor sets. So we try to offer a range depending on what the needs are. But I think a Campbell Scientific system may do quite a good job of integrating those kind of sensors.
Interesting. So any questions from the participants? Yeah, if no questions, Dr. Colleen Campbell, I take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of the organizers for your excellent presentation. And I think it must be early morning in US. If you are in US, maybe around 4 or 5 a.m.
Yep. A little bit early.
Yeah. And I would like to know, I think in this particular session, so thank you, Professor Dr. Campbell, and you can unshare your presentation. And in this session, we have 4 excellent presentations, including by Dr. David Toll, Professor at Durham University. If anyone would like to ask any question, participants or you know, participants who are actually attending this through a remote platform, they can actually submit their questions. If they're not able to do, they submit their questions to the organizers. Then organizers can actually send these questions to the respective speakers, so that, you know, the connectivity can be obtained. And this particular the unsaturated soil mechanics, particularly with Professor Jayant Kodikara's lecture, as well as you know, Professor Snehasys Tripaঠি's lecture, is something like soil mechanics is still a mystery, you know, and particularly when it comes to with unsaturated part, the lot of understanding is actually happening, and a lot of developments are happening, and that is very interesting. And the new field is actually, you know, is developing in India also. And with this, you know, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity to chair this session. I now, you know, hand over this floor to organizers with, and you know, then they can formally, I can formally say that, you know, this, you know, this particular session, technical session 2, is closed. But I, you know, up to the organizers to actually make any announcements and all.
Yeah. So thanks a lot for coordinating the session. And I would also like to thank Colleen for accepting our invitation and giving this lecture. In fact, I have been an ardent user of their sensors since 2000. So have a lot of, in fact, it was wonderful. I would like to thank all the speakers of the afternoon session. It was a diverse topics, well covered, and we had got a very good flavor of different aspects of unsaturated soil mechanics. I thank all the speakers for that, and specifically Professor DG Tall, who has agreed and he has delivered his opening remarks at 2 o'clock today, and for Professor Vishwanathan, who has very efficiently, he has managed the session. So we are well on time, and we could maintain the time very well.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, sir, for that.
Yes.
Thanks a lot for all the speakers. We have the panel discussion, which we are supposed to start around 5:15. So those who can make it possible, I would request all of them to stay back for the panel discussion. Thank you. Rajesh and Professor Sai, you would like to add something?
Thank you, Professor Sardeep. The technical session 2 had been very interesting. We had speakers from all over the world. Many people have shared their experience with us, and the interesting discussions compared to the technical session 1 has helped us to understand many relevant details of what is going on in the area of unsaturated soils.
Yes.
I thank David Tall taking time and visiting us and then delivering his address, and especially highlighting climate change effects and how unsaturated soil mechanics can be used as a tool in addressing some of the problems. And I also thank the chair, Professor Vishwanathan, for conducting the proceedings very well. With that, I will now leave the floor again to Srideep or Dr. Satyamurthy.
Rajesh?
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. So I would like to thank all the speakers and chair for excellent presentation. And so this seminars will give us an idea as we are just starting our career in unsaturated soil. So this exposure is really important as we know what exactly is the ground which is made already and how much we need to take forward. So that gives us enthusiastic, right? We can move ahead, and the field what we have chosen is still in infant stage. It has not grown much, so we'll have to do together and then can march forward. So this is what is the conclusion I could make it from the technical session 2, especially in compared to technical session 1. So thank you so much. So over to Sridhar.
Should we take a break, or because we have to start around 5:15? So if we disperse, then it is going to be a problem. So I think let's continue with the panel discussion. What do you say? I think if all the panel members are there, then I think we can start the panel discussion. Should we wait for 5:15?
If all the
Sridhar, I think few need to come. I think
Basha is there. Yourself, Janaki Ramaya, he is.
Yeah, he's also here.
Okay.
Dr. Lalit is here.
Yes. Only
Venkat Udaya.
Yeah, only Uday is remaining. I'll send an email to Uday and maybe ask him to join, and then in 5 minutes we can join. I think. Sorry, we can start the session.
Srideep, I'll just have to drop, so kindly permit me. Okay.
Sorry.
Can I suggest something? Can I suggest something?
Yes.
many of the speakers are still here. If they want to use this time, the remainder of the 5 minutes, to express their opinion or some details that they may have missed, they're welcome. So we just have a couple of minutes that can be actually used such that all of us can be here. And that might also give opportunity for Dr. Uday to join us.
Fine.
Or we can also use this time because we see Dr. Tall, Dr. Snehasis Tripathi, and others are here. Maybe we can have some extra discussion because it's just a couple of minutes.
So it will be nice if everybody opens up their video so that we can take a snap for our memories.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Can we request all the people who are here to have their video on such that we can take a picture? That would be very useful to see that we have all assembled for this technical session too here. Can I request all the members? Oh yeah, Dr. Lalit is also here. We're just waiting for Uday. Okay, Srideep or somebody.
Uday is joining, sir. He's joining. I just talked to him. He's joining.
So Dr. Leung is there. I think he's missing.
Yes,
for the picture. For the picture.
Yes, yes.
Maybe I think it is evening for them.
Yes.
Evening, or much be around 7 to 7:30. Picture taken?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you.
So I thank you one and all, Professor Sai Vanapalli, Dr. Campbell, Srideep, Professor Snehasis. I need to go to, I think now, I need to go to Centrifuge Lab. There is one test which is scheduled.
Thank you, sir, for
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
So much.
I think Dr. Uday has joined already. Yeah.
Okay, so we have the forum, I guess. Everybody is here. So do you think we should start our session?
Yeah, we can start. All of us are here.
Okay. Okay. Let us start the panel discussion session. After this, we will be having a concluding session. But I believe this panel discussion could be very interesting. We have a lot of speakers, 7 speakers coming from various regions of the country, and each one would be having about 10 minutes, and they're expected to do their presentation in 8 minutes, and there will be 1 or 2 questions. I will be moderating this session, and during this panel discussion, there might not be experimental results, but there may be some novel ideas or something which is groundbreaking or some societal applications. So there can be many different topics which could be based on unsaturated soil mechanics. So I will now request Dr. Srideep, can you please have that biodata such that I can we can have the title, and also I can speak a few words about each of the speakers. Dr. Srideep is one of the organizers of this workshop, and he has extensively involved himself in the last 10 years in the area of unsaturated soil research with various applications. And his research topic that he's going to present today in the panel is unsaturated soil mechanics for societal gains. And if you have a look at his achievements, he has already published 100 technical papers, and he is also the recipient of Shamsher Prakash prestigious research award, and he is a member of many leading organizations, and also he is TC06 member for India. With that, can I request Srideep to start your presentation?
Thank you, sir. Let me share the presentation. Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, we had a wonderful session all throughout till now, and some of the aspects which I'm going to tell has been already highlighted by the earlier speakers. So I have made a small change in the title which I have earlier given to make it a bit more general. I'll be dealing with, or I'll be talking about unsaturated soil mechanics, geo-environment nexus for present and maybe future implications. So it's the what is the relationship between unsaturated soil and geo-environment? In fact, I would like to take the cue from what Professor Sai has mentioned in his morning lecture about the 5 elements of nature, and Earth happens to be one, and there is a crisscross interactions going on among all of them, and that balanced interaction results in a holistic well-being. So that is how it is. So whenever we say geo-environment, we also have kind of concepts of unsaturated soil coming into picture. And essentially what we talk about is the soil atmosphere interface, where we expect a lot of interactions happening. Not only interaction, a lot of mass and energy transfer takes place. Now this was happening time immemorial since this earth has come into being. But what is the importance of this in the current context? See, earlier days, things were all going on fine. We didn't have so much of issues. But now, for the last maybe 1 century or so, we are extensively talking about a lot of impact of climate change or maybe global warming. And the previous speakers, they have already discussed about how well we can take care of these issues and what could be the role of geotechnical engineers in such, or maybe how to alleviate or how to minimize the impact. Can we play a role? And that is where the prominence of unsaturated soil comes into picture, because whatever you call it, in whatever manner you perceive it, anything close to the atmosphere is mostly unsaturated. So the mass transfer and energy transfer is highly influenced by unsaturated soil. At the same time, the same mass transfer and the energy transfer would influence the unsaturated soil. So it's a kind of a circle. And for us, the most prominent aspect where we can think of involving the unsaturated soil mechanics for solving some of the societal problems is basically related to climate change and global warming. And we have extreme weather and high temperature, which is going to influence the characteristics of soil close to the surface. And this change in the soil properties, it may be positive or negative, but mostly the negative impact is going to add more problems to it. For example, the kind of hydrophobicity that can be induced into the soil because of high temperature is a very good example. So extreme weather, sea level rising, which is also associated with global warming. Now, how does that impact the unsaturated soil community or maybe geoenvironmental engineers? It is basically associated with soil salinity. Now, that soil salinity is going to play a very vital role in the agricultural or various other aspects in the coastal region, followed by the two diverse events, which is drought and flooding, and which can be considered very close to wetting, drying phenomena, which is going to influence the soil. So this has got a very direct impact on the unsaturated soil behavior, and how does that reciprocate to the atmosphere. So it's like this, the temperature causes a lot of influence on the soil moisture. And as Dr. Colleen has highlighted, soil moisture plays a very important role, and we never felt the importance of it of late. But then now, because of these extreme changes, we have started thinking about this very important aspect, like loss of soil moisture. Unprecedented loss of moisture is going to highly influence the soil properties. So the temperature causes increase in the soil temperature, which in turn results in the loss of soil moisture back to the atmosphere. So this becomes a kind of a vicious circle. Now, depending upon the soil moisture, there are a lot of other activities which are happening, and these are not new science that we are going to project. It's already there, but the problem is we have to now consciously take this into consideration by engineers. Like, these were all dealt in a scientific space in depth, but now a time has come, like there has to be an engineering intervention so that there are engineered solutions trying to minimize the effect. So that is where these issues or these problems becomes very important. So poor biological quality and crop productivity. So you may ask that this is a kind of agricultural domain. No, it is not so, because there has to be an interfacing between the engineers and the scientists so that there can be amicable solutions chalked out, very intentional solutions that can be chalked out. Then another important aspect that the world is facing is about the water management. And the moment the surface of the soil becomes hydrophobic because of maybe global warming or high temperature, it's not going to allow the infiltration of water. And this would influence the artificial recharge, and hence it is going to influence the water preparedness, or rather water management. So that becomes, so where is the engineering involvement? The engineering involvement would be to do some modifications, like what Professor Toll has highlighted in his lecture. There are some engineering amendments which can be done by which we can improve upon this particular aspect. Then we have the land degradation that's associated with the soil atmosphere interaction. For example, drought. As we can see nowadays in Professor Sai's lecture, he has highlighted more than 60% falls under arid and semi-arid region. Now, on top of it, associated with global warming, we are having now frequency of drought has increased. Now, this is going to again play a vicious cycle. Like a cracked soil like this is bound to be eroded during heavy precipitation events. This would lead to the loss of nutrients, and it would increase the soil salinity. So there we have to think about some engineering solutions which will help in minimizing the land degradation problem. So now in the news, we can see that the frequency of wildfire has increased substantially. Now, this is going to add to the soil hydrophobicity, which in turn is going to affect the slope stability, the erosion characteristics, and even the water retention and storage properties of the soil. Now, how to revive this is an important challenging problem which we need to focus for the future. Another aspect which I would like to highlight is the indiscriminate disposal of waste and pollutant, not necessarily hazardous, even the solid waste management. So you can see that the properties of the unsaturated soil governs the seepage and contaminant transport, which would finally reach the groundwater. So these are some of the interfaces of unsaturated soil where the engineers can think of giving a suitable and amicable solution. So now it is intervention for societal gains. Okay, so in fact, I'm not able to see this slide because this that is there. Okay, fine. So now I will focus two important aspects from the previous slide, that is drought and food security. So it is basically the concept of engineering the waste retention, water retention of soils through some proper amendment. So maximizing the efficiency of irrigated water with minimal loss. That is by developing eco-friendly, biodegradable, or maybe close to soil additives for creating micro water reservoirs in soil pores. There's something like this where we have some additives, and these are some of the recent applications as soil amendment, which is known as water absorbing polymer, which absorbs water during the rainfall or irrigation, and later it releases back to the root zone when there are dry spells. So in a way, what we are trying to do is to minimize the amount of irrigated water or maximizing the efficiency of water use in the root zone. So there are certain aspects which need to be worked for this particular application, and they are life cycle cost benefit analysis, which need to be performed, development of cost effective product at the same time to be eco-friendly, and it acts more like fertilizer addition. Now people are using organic and chemical fertilizer for plants routinely. So this also become a kind of an additive which would help in improving the soil storage. So it would also help in reducing the nutrient leaching, which is going to be beneficial for the crops. Now, the other aspect which I would like to highlight is the engineered green infrastructure, where we talk about green roof, urban forests, bioretention units, and the vegetated slope landfill covers. In all of these, we need a green infrastructure where we talk about soil plant atmosphere interaction for minimal maintenance of green infrastructure. Now, where is the crux? The crux is minimal maintenance of green infrastructure. We cannot afford to have it watered all the time, so we need to invoke some of the concepts of soil plant atmosphere interaction concepts for minimal maintenance of these. Integrating plant physiology, for example, photosynthetic yield, some stomatal conductance with soil water stress, and that is basically suction. So this is one such example where we have tried to study the photosynthetic efficiency with respect to suction for two different soils, and where the plant physiology has been investigated as a function of drying or maybe with increasing suction. So we can easily make out where there is a point of no return for the crops. That means what we call it as permanent wilting in the conventional soil mechanics. So the concept is to optimize irrigation requirement, not only based on root soil suction, but also based on plant physiology. So there's an integration happening. So just to summarize some other interfaces with unsaturated soil, how unsaturated soil state, that means soil moisture and suction, influence soil carbon sequestration. It is understood that it's almost 6 times more than plants, the amount of capability of the soil to store the carbon. And it also involves in emission, and that contributes to soil's climate change. So soil can act as both sink as well as source. The analysis and design of waste containment liners and covers, they are exclusively based on the seepage and contaminant transport through unsaturated soil. How to revive the hydrophilicity of unsaturated soil which are affected by wildfire. Now, this is going to be a very important topic in the days to come. With increasing global warming and drought, we are facing severe wildfires, and that degrades the quality of the soil manifold. So how to revive it through proper engineering measures. Combating desertification, I mean, to be very fundamental, it is essentially the soil moisture preservation by invoking soil-plant atmosphere interaction concepts and suitable eco-friendly additives. Another important aspect which has been talked about recently is the drought-resistant crops. Now, it is very important to study the plant physiology vis-a-vis the soil root zone characteristics using soil-plant atmosphere interaction of genetically modified drought-resistant crops, because this has been a conscious intervention to face the droughts. Then comes the microbe, moisture, unsaturated soil relationship. This is essentially a new paradigm of biogeotechnology, which has not been explored much. There are several scientific studies, but towards application, there are more needed essentially to improve the quality of the soil, topsoil or rather unsaturated soil. An unsaturated soil parameter, it's an important input for land surface models, which studies the impact of climate change on geoenvironment and how the hazard events gets evolved. So this is a new kind of studies which has been incorporated. So it is important that soil, unsaturated soil parameter, this becomes a very important input for these kind of models, rather the hydrological aspects of the soil. So that's all from my end. So it's over to you, Professor Sai.
Thank you, Professor Srideep. This is a very interesting presentation, and I will now open the floor for some questions. So there are another 6 panel members. I would appreciate the 6 panel members to actively participate in the discussion. I will be allowing 1 or 2 questions now. Later on, at the end of the presentations of all the panel members, we will be having a more thorough discussion. Please note your questions and we will be having a discussion. But I would now allow 1 or 2 questions. Please state them in the chat box or please ask them. Okay, maybe
we can take it up at the end.
We can take it after all the panel members present. So please join me in thanking Srideep for giving a visionary presentation, and definitely many of these things would be deserving a lot of research in the next decade or 2.
Thank you,
Srideep.
sir. Yeah, thank you.
Can you have the okay. Next presenter is Dr. Manwar Basha. If you read his short biography, which is on your computers, you can see he is an excellent academician. He is an excellent researcher, and throughout his career, he had won many accolades. He has received scholarships, he has received awards, and he has also published 130 papers in various journals, and he has supervised already 5 PhD students, 18 Master MTech students, and several undergraduate project students. So his doctoral thesis was cited in Geotechnic Journal, and he received IGS awards and many other young researcher awards. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Manwar Basha for his short presentation, which is entitled Variability of Soil Water Characteristic Curves.
Yes, I'm just open. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, everything is clear.
Yeah. Good evening to everybody. So I would like to, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this excellent opportunity. So today my topic of presentation is the variability characterization of SWCC for clay and silt and its application to finite slope reliability. If you look at the variability of the saturated soil parameters, you see that it is well established. Like see, we use gamma, C, phi, so whatever. But if you look at the variability associated with unsaturated soil parameters, it is yet to be established, because there might be the few reasons for this, because the limited number of studies due to the availability of the limited data and the lack of appropriate methodologies. And also, as Whitman stated, that there are the 4 sources of parameters, that is inherent spatial variability, random testing errors, and when there are finite number of samples, we also do have the statistical errors and measurement bias. So more importantly, the unsaturated soil parameters are defined in terms of the nonlinear functions that also add another difficulty. So now let me tell you here, if we want to calculate the shear strength of unsaturated soil, we get the third term, the suction stress. So that we are going to calculate using this SWCC curve. I think we have the very popular models, VG model and the Friedland and Zing model. But if you look at the VG model, it has the 2 parameters, inverse of air entry value and the slope of SWCC, that the parameter n. Though similarly, if you take Friedland and Zing model, we have 3 parameters. Now, if you see that if there is a variability in SWCC, then it can be attributed to the variability of these, the alpha n and A and M parameters. So now, if you look at why the variability is going to exist, if you look at on the right hand side, you see that this is the combination of all SWCC curves. So I can tell you the variability can be attributed to the natural variation of the soil structure, and also we have various measurement techniques, like so you take tensiometer, suction plate, pressure plate, and also the filter paper technique, electric conductor. So each method is going to give you a different suction value. I don't think so that we are going to get the same number, because suction is very sensitive to the soil moisture, and also the experience of the operator. Then the range of, see, every method is going to cover a different range, the range of suctions that cover, and experimental errors, and the best fit equation what we are going to select, whether it is a VG model or FX model. And also for drawing SWCC, we may have the very limited number of data. Okay, and the temperature variations also is going to add. So now look at here. Once you have quantified the suction stress, and also there are different the models. So if you look at, actually just I am trying to tell you that if you use these the shear strength models, you see that whether it is a shear strength or factor of safety or reliability index, they are going to be completely different. So one thing I can conclude from these the 3 graphs, that here the Vanapalli et al. Model is giving the most conservative the results out of all the models. So now you see that what is actually this variability, how much actually it is available in the literature. If you look at carefully, if you take FX model, we have 3 parameters, A and M. Now I would like to draw your attention to this. If you take the variability associated with the air entry value, So as reported by the Sillers and Fredland 2001, the COV of actually the 489%, that is very, very significantly high. So similarly, the variability of NF, it is almost touching to 300%. And also you see that the parameter which is related to the residual water content, it is 412%. Now look at the Van Genischen model. If you look at the what is recommended by Foon et al. 2010, here the inverse of air entry value is 152%, but at the same time we gave the very less number of 19% to NF. So what I am trying to say that there is a very high degree of variability associated with the unsaturated soil parameters. Now the question is actually how we are going to utilize the variability information. For example, if you want to design a slope, or if you want to estimate the stability of the slope, generally we go for method of slices. So there you end up getting this equation. For example, if you take the Morgenstern method of slices, the suction stress actually need to be given here. Now, what is the mean value? What is the standard deviation? What is the probability density function associated with this? The UA minus UW need to be given. If you are analyzing the rainfall induced slopes, you will end up getting one more parameter, that is Q by Ks, where Ks is the saturated hydraulic conductivity. So this is also another the major important the factor which contributes for rainfall induced slope failure. So actually what I'm going to suggest is, because see, we cannot accept the 490% variability, the 500%, none of the reliability methods are going to give you the design, because even so sometimes the geotechnical variability, if it is more than 60, so the MATLAB code throws imaginary numbers. So how do we quantify the precisely what we have actually my doctoral student Raghuram, we collected the extensive data from 1958 to 2020. What I am telling here is, first draw the histogram and also superimpose all the available the probability density functions. Now once we have actually superimposed the probability density function, then we need to choose which one is the best to represent. So how can we, so in general, most of the people assume the data follows normal distribution or normal or log normal distribution, then proceed. But I say that actually you take the data and try to come up with the probability density function. Now how to minimize these errors? You see that there are three errors: quantile errors, probability errors, and also the cumulative distribution function errors. Now you find out the best probability density function such that these errors can be minimized. And let me tell you here, this air entry value can be best represented using the gamma distribution. You see that COV is coming 148. At the same time, the NF parameter can be best represented using inverse Gaussian. Then the MF parameter, the Weibull distribution. At the same time, if you take Van Genischen parameters, this alpha parameter is best represented using gamma distribution, and the N parameter is the Weibull distribution. So what I wanted to say that these are all the not sacrosanct numbers. Okay. Then the final parameter, that is the saturated hydraulic conductivity, we can use the inverse Gaussian distribution for the analysis purpose. So this is the actually the summary. See, based on the availability of the data, I think my doctoral student, whatever he has done, so these are actually the numbers. Let me tell you, these are not the sacrosanct numbers. So what I wanted to tell that this variability information needs to be refined once the site specific information is available. But getting data is very, very important. And you see that actually once the data is there, the segregation is needed. So let me tell you here, now whatever the data is there, this data from India, Canada, and from different countries. But the thing is actually now the mineralogy come into the picture. These are the limitations. So let me frankly tell you, because combining this kind of data may not be acceptable, but if there is a data pan, the huge data is available, then actually we can come up with the correct probability density function that can be utilized for the stability analysis. Okay, so with this I would like to thank you. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Basha. So many researchers are using soil water characteristic curve as a tool. And we know that many parameters actually influence the soil water characteristic curve behavior, but at the same time, you have to really take into account the uncertainties associated. And you have really summarized a lot of valuable information. I'm pretty sure there could be some interesting discussion on this point. I would like to thank you and your student, Dr. Raghuram, who have done a wonderful job and have published some excellent papers which are making people to think in a slightly different way when they are using soil water characteristic curve. We have to really analyze it much more effectively. With that, I will open the floor for discussion, and I'm pretty sure there will be one hand. Dr. Tripathi raised his hand.
I didn't raise, but I can ask.
Yeah.
Some clarification.
I thought you raised your hand. Okay.
Okay, thank you. No, it's very interesting. Yeah, Professor Banapalli also uses SWCC, and many of our researchers use SWCC for estimating shear strength and other applied problems. Still a lot of research ongoing at this stage on SWCC. The worry that concerns many of us is that without much background in using specific method, experimental method, people have been trying to establish SWCC. You can say a lot of carelessness goes into establishing SWCC. So, of course, as you can see, some of the codes have included SWCC. ASTM, also British standard, has included SWCC, how to establish using different methods. I would suggest, I think, awareness is needed so that this variability can be minimized. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tripathi. Any others?
Sir, can I add just one more point, sir? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah, actually, the SV soils also, there are almost all 4,000 data points are available. So, but actually the thing is, when we took the data, when we are estimating the PDFs, but the problem is actually, see, whatever we have taken the data is from the published studies. When we have taken from the software, I think some reviewers actually, they did not actually recommend, okay, because this data cannot be seen, it's only in the software. That's the reason actually we ended up with only 312 data points. So it is better if we have a database for unsaturated soil mechanics. Maybe I think that is good. Most of the research are going to be benefited across the world.
Yeah, recently the journals are doing a very good job in asking all the data to be actually shared. This actually helps. That way the data collection would be a lot more easier. So once we publish the data, I think we should make it public such that others can use, and their research might be helpful to not only for us, but also for promoting the mechanics of unsaturated soils.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's a good point.
Any others, please? Okay.
So, one point, sir. Just to add on what Professor Tripathi, yes, sir. Just to add on what Professor Tripathi mentioned, like if we see about concrete technology, we have a lot of codes, and wherein the material characteristics are taken care of in all the relevant codes. But when it comes to soil mechanics, and we talk specifically about unsaturated soil, there is a lot yet to be done and being needs to be incorporated in the codes, be it the Indian codes or Chinese code or whatever codes. I think that is something which needs to be looked at thoroughly by the researchers in getting the unsaturated soil related parameters into the code.
Dr. Lalit Borana, I really appreciate your point. This is a very important point. The thing is, we can do the research, but at the same time, each country, for example, in India, you have various type of soils, and their characteristics can be little different from other type of other countries, depending upon the geological formation and other things. So therefore, each country has to compile the data, develop their codes, and this would actually help the practitioners to understand its use. If not, we are just publishing the papers and then we are not able to take it to the practice. Once it is in the codes, definitely there is a technique that would be developed. The contractors have to follow engineers' guidance, and the engineers have to follow the codes, and all these things would be helpful. If not, we will be only promoting our research in journals, but we are not able to take it into practice. So there are many researchers who are here, they are doing a lot of great work. For example, in technical session 2, we had Dr. Kodikara, who has explained the compacted soil behavior in a very lucid way. And we also have seen Dr. Leung trying to show how it is just not classical soil mechanics. We have to take into account of biological parameters, etc. But all these things should not stop in journals. Codes would be the first step, and then going to the practicing engineers would be the next step. Good question, Dr. Borana. Okay, please join me in thanking Dr. Basha again. And now let us go to the next presenter, I guess. It is one of the organizers of this workshop, Dr. Rajesh Satyamurthy. He has been a great teacher. As I can see, he's promoting unsaturated soil mechanics in India, and I had an opportunity to actually review the PhD thesis of both one student of Dr. Rajesh Satyamurthy and also that of Dr. Sridip. I was really impressed. I'm glad that I had the opportunity to work with them and then have this first unsaturated soils workshop, and I can see how he has become such a good researcher. His biodata clearly shows the various awards that he has received as a student, as a PhD candidate, and also as a professor. He's an established researcher, established teacher, and also he has various awards which speak volumes about what he is doing, what he is contributing to unsaturated soil mechanics in particular and geotechnical engineering in general. With that, I will request Dr. Satyamurthy to present his thoughts on hydromechanical behavior of compacted soils under varied climatic conditions. Over to you, Dr. Satyamurthy.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me share the screen. So I wish the slide is visible.
Yeah, and it's in good order
Okay.
now.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for the nice introduction. So today I would like to brief on hydromechanical behavior of compacted soils under varied climatic condition. So as we all know that in the field of civil engineering practices, compacted soils are commonly encountered in variety of applications. So starting from earth and water retaining structures to slopes to geoenvironmental structures, which is right. I started working on this on hydraulic barriers for encapsulating wood solid waste and numerical or the nuclear waste. Then the embankments, primarily for road and rail structures, and for the foundation structures. So from this today's workshop, right, I'm just explaining in terms of the participants' views, right? It is like if somebody is going to start their career in unsaturated soil, so how they will think about it after listening to all the eminent speakers. So that is how I'm going to speak. Okay, the effect of unsaturated soils, or it is going to affect in the compacted soils, and it's going to change the permeability and the shear strength aspects, right? So if we are not able to quantify this properly, then there is going to be a substantial detrimental effect, and we need to consider this during the analysis. So in recent past, we might have seen a lot of structures which is failing, and this could have been failed because of various reasons, but one of the common reason could be because of the change in degree of saturation or the water content, right? So we could see most of the failures happens immediately after the rainfall, or maybe after some time after the sustained rainfall seasons. So once if it dries up, then we will also see that there are going to be a lot of cracks. And once if we have this type of cracks in the upstream and downstream side of the embankments, or for, let's say, pond ash dikes, right, that is going to be a easy path for the pond ash or water or slurry to move out. So this is going to be very interesting, right? And even for an expansive soil, most of the behavioral changes happens during the unsaturation in nature. So once if the expansive soil is fully saturated, then, and if it is going to be sustained with this saturation, then we may not have much of the effect, right? But once if it dries, and again if it swells, then we have a lot of volume change issues, and we are going to have a lot of detrimental effects. So this has been clearly noticed from our earlier speakers, right? So as an audience of today's lecture, so we have learned that there are going to be state variables, and one of the important state variable for a saturated soil is an effective stress, right? Because it is not going to be the total stress which is going to govern the behavior of the soil. Rather, it is going to be the effective stress, which is the difference between the total stress and the pore pressure. So since the soil is going to be, the voids are going to be filled with water for a saturated soil, right? The pore pressures are going to be, it is going to be pore water pressure, right? So this effective stress is going to be sigma minus UW. So, and that is going to be the controlling parameter, which has been discussed by several researchers, and it's almost standardized now. So the same system of forces, if we are going to be subjected to an unsaturated soil, where the volume of voids are going to be partly filled with water and remaining is with air, and there could be some other reasons for such behavior, right? We can also have some energy piles and stuff, right, where there is going to be some temperature effect, and once if you have some the pore fluid salinity and stuff, then we may also look into various aspects of chemical changes or osmotic changes. So in general, when such loading is going to be subjected to an unsaturated soil, so we will end up having the pressures, and that pressure is going to be subjected to the grain structures, right? So the pressure can be of water, right? That's nothing but UW. So we can call this as sigma minus UW, or we can call this as sigma minus UA, or we can say that the stress state variable could be a difference between the pressures in air and water phase, right? Or sometimes we can also group this. We can have a 2 parameter as a stress state variable, right? Mentioning the net stress, net normal stress, and the matrix section, or that earlier they used to have a lot of interpretation, right? Which one to choose as a stress state variables. Now it's all standardized that the net stress variable, that is sigma minus UA, and the matrix section component, which is UA minus UW, can be considered as a 2 stress state variable. Or we can also stick to the Bishop's philosophy, right? Sigma prime equals to sigma minus UA plus chi into UA minus UW. The problem, as we have also noticed from earlier speakers, especially from Professor Panapalli, right? The importance of getting this chi parameter for a wide range of suction and water content is going to be a challenge, right? So how to use this parameter is going to be a challenge. So that we have to standardize it. So once if the stress state variables are going to be different from saturated soil, then the state of stress at a particular point is also going to be different from a saturated soil. So earlier we can represent everything in terms of effective stresses, but now you will have to look into the aspect of unsaturated stresses, so which is going to be contributed because of sigma minus u or and then ua minus uw. So pore difference in the pore pressures, which is matrix section, and the normal stresses. So we can also have the suction stress tensors, right? We can have independent stress state variables, and we can have a combined stress state variables. So since the state of stress at a particular point is going to be different, so obviously the next question arises, what will happen to the shear strength, right? The state of stress is different. So we need to know what is going to be the ultimate limits of our strength, especially in the shear, right? So that is also going to be modified when compared to a saturated soil mechanics, right? So earlier, right, so we often use triaxial testing or even a direct shear test to compute the shear strength of saturated soil. So generally what we do is we generally increase the confinement and then load it till failure so that we can get the deviating stress at failure. And then we can also get to know what is going to be the limit analysis or a critical state parameters. So now if you want to extend the same thing for an unsaturated soil, right, the simplest approach is to conduct such experiments under a particular suction, right? For that, we might have to use some modification in the existing triaxial test apparatus by introducing axis translation technique so that we can fix the UA minus UW for a particular matrix suction ranges, right? We can increase the confinement or we can increase the net confinement so that we will be able to get the cohesion composite, right? And then we will be able to get the parameters. So similarly, we can increase the stresses, suction stresses, and then we can get the cohesion intercept, right? And the simplest approach is you can have a continuity of all this, and then you can make it as a, right, the linear variation of this C, which is going to be depending on suction, aromatic suction to be precise. So then we will be able to get this 5B, right? There are a lot of debates and still a lot of people are, they are aversion about how to get this 5B and what is the difference between chi parameter and 5B, whether it is going to be linearly varying. And so we have also noticed that so there is absolutely not necessary that 5B should be linear in nature. And when we did some of the experiments, right, we could notice that there is going to be a nonlinear variation in terms of 5B. So the Bohr Coulomb failure envelope need not to be a planar in nature, but it can also have a shape. And this shape is going to be different for different type of soil. So in order to construct this, or in order to determine the shear strength of unsaturated soil, you might have to do the elaborate testing, right? And it's always better to do the testing, and we generally do that test, but it's always better to do this, but doing too many tests will be expensive, right? And it doesn't really need to do that. So what we can always do is that, so we can always use the concept of soil water characteristic curve, and then we can make use of the shear strength of saturated soil, and then we will be able to predict the shear strength of an unsaturated soil. So since the shear strength of an unsaturated soil is not yet standardized, or right, it's not being used or practically being implemented in field, right? So then, so whatever we are giving it as a design value for the earth pressure, stability, analysis, and bearing capacity, all these are going to be questionable. Or we can say that they're not even conservative, but we need to really know what is going to be the exact value of earth pressure, stability, aspects, and bearing capacity. So the relevance of SWCC has been already explained by Basha also. So we have seen the importance of SWCC, and we can always use different methods to construct this SWCC. So once if we have a different the values of suction at different water contents, then we can always use the SWCC model to get those parameters, And then we can use this SWCC to predict the unsaturated shear strength, right? Shear strength of an unsaturated soil. So this would be a wiser way to establish the shear strength of an unsaturated soil. So how to determine the suction, which has been elaborated by Colleen, right? So there are several experimental procedures and techniques which is going to be there, and each equipment or the methodology is going to be workable for a particular ranges, right? So we are not going to get this is like a continuous set of data to get a soil water characteristic curve. So what we need to do is we need to develop a simple technique so that we will be able to establish the SWCC of a saturated soil or unsaturated soil for a wide range of suction. So we try to develop a test setup which uses the concept of introducing the sensors, both of suction sensors and volumetric potential sensors, so that we can get the rapid determination of soil water characteristic curve. And we try to convert this data, what we got it from, right, gravimetric plane to a volumetric plane, and we have given a methodology with which we will be able to easily transform from one plane of the measurements to another plane of measurements, so that like if we are going to use this data to a numerical tool, then we need to convert this, right? If the numerical tool requires volumetric water content, and if you are measuring gravimetric water content, so you will have to modify that. So, and then what we have also done is we try to simulate the stress-dependent SWCC, so that we can directly use this SWCC parameters for a numerical modeling technique. And then to understand how good is the response of the predicted model for an unsaturated soil. So we have also established the test and responses of unsaturated soil for the natural soil as well as for synthetic material, synthetic soils. And then we have used various test paths, and then we try to determine the parameters, test and responses for considering the CW test and the drain test. And then after getting all this data, right, we will have to show to the field engineers that this is how it is going to work. So that's where, right, I feel that we have not reached that level, but most of the eminent faculty members or speakers, they have already done a lot of work, and then they have demonstrated it. Today, Dr. Bharat has given an excellent work showing how we can instrument the things, right, in the field. So what we have done is we have taken all this data and from our own experiments, so that we are not going to depend on existing data. And then we try to introduce this in SV office, so which is primarily used for an unsaturated soil. There are various models which is already available, so we are not tweaking the models right now. So we try to know, right, so how the transient the flow is going to happen for an compacted soil barrier. Okay, so whether this compacted soil barrier is going to change, right, the change in because of the changes in the climatic conditions, right? So the first case study is primarily on hydraulic behavior, and then we extended it for slope stability. So we have taken we have used the live data which is obtained from the meteorological survey and from our IIT Kanpur stations. So we try to introduce all this as the input parameters into the model, and then we can easily determine what is going to be the net percolation and the net boundary flux at the two different points, so that we know how much water is going to come out from the cover, and then is it going to change the properties of the compacted soil. So that was our main intention of it. And then when we extend this for some more time, then we will be having a lot of precipitation. We just started the data from January 1st to the December 31st on a particular year, so that we can see what is going to be the variations in the matrix section and the volumetric section. And then this, we can always do it, okay, to simulate the conditions in the field. So we can clearly see the variations of the boundary fluxes and the percolations, permeation, and then the evapotranspirations. All this keeps changing because of the climatic conditions. So this is giving us an important outlined that we need to use the unsaturated soil, and when you are using it, we have to be careful, right? How to estimate the soil water characteristic curve. On top of that, we are using soil water characteristic curve at various stress states, right? So it will be easy to demonstrate such work to field practitioners, right? If we say that there is a change in the factor of safety, if you don't consider this type of climatic conditions. So what we have done is we try to simulate a field situation, and then our climatic data from Kanpur and Guwahati we have taken, so which represents humid and so two different bound climatic conditions we have taken, and then whatever we have got the stress dependent SWCC, we try to incorporate that in the model, and then we have seen how things are happening. So we have done our own testing, and then we try to relate it with Professor Vanapalli's model, and it's fairly matching. So congratulations to Professor Vanapalli's effort, because we could easily do that. And then we try to see how much is going to be the variation in the precipitation, and how much is going to be the variation in the suction and the volumetric water content, how much is going to be the variation with respect to depth, right, for this the climatic conditions. And then we could finally show them that so because of just considering the climatic condition, right, so the factor of safety changes a lot, and which factor of safety to be taken, right? So that's going to be the question. So this is fairly an interesting one when I discuss this with some field engineers. So what are going to be the new observations, ongoing works, and future scope? So theories evolved around saturated soil mechanics is already being revisited, right? And it need to be extensively revisited to introduce the concept of suction stress and net stresses, or any stress state parameters. And then we will have to work out a way in which we can develop soil water characteristic curve in a more standardized way, so that everybody uses such techniques, so that the data can be pulled out, and we can always use some reliability tool to capture this sequence. And then, so we have also tried to understand that drying and wetting cycles on key parameter is also going to be a challenging thing, which need to be systematically introduced. And then the influence of net stresses on key parameters of SWCC, which also needs some critical evaluation. And Professor Jain Kodikarai, he has clearly outlined what are the various constitutive models are there for simulating unsaturated soil behavior, right? We'll have to stick to some of them, and then we need to standardize it so that it will be easy for field engineers to use this. So in a nutshell, we need to give some importance on net stress and soil section on the performance of geostructures, which need to be demonstrated, so that whatever theory we have developed, that will go into practice. So with this, I would like to thank Professor Vanapalli for giving me this opportunity. I'll be happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Dr. Satyamurthy. So I can see in this panel, there are very good presentations which are discussing about the soil water characteristic curve. Definitely soil water characteristic curve is a tool, but it will not be able to do magic in the way everybody is thinking. First of all, we have to understand the soil water characteristic curve. Next, we have to really have a technique that can be really be standardized. Well, this is very interesting, but I would like to see there might be some discussion or some questions for you, because there are many people in this panel who are interested about the soil water characteristic curve behavior, and there are eminent scholars in this research area too. Any questions for Dr. Satyamurthy? I would like to see discussion, because students and practitioners are going to hear this panel discussion, and they would like to get some more information. We have to ask questions, we have to debate.
Sir, I fully concur with your thought. Like we are advancing quite well in the field of unsaturated soil mechanics. But then coming to the very fundamental soil water characteristic curve, we still have a lot of challenges. And basically, there is no one-stop solution for the whole. That is a major issue. So if you want to concentrate on a lower suction problem, then you have issues with measurement at the higher end. And if you are focusing on the higher end, then it becomes a problem at the lower suction end. So there is no one-stop solution for soil water characteristic curve, and hence it has to be dealt with much more care than what I fully agree with you on that particular point. A lot more still need to be understood, and the various factors influencing, like what Dr. Basha has also pointed out, extensive variability in the characterization of soil water characteristic curve. So it's a very interesting subject still, even though we have marched forward quite well in unsaturated soil mechanics. It's still a very good fundamental problem to be addressed, at least in terms of sensor developments, or maybe focusing new ways of field instrumentation, because essentially we find it very difficult in field. Like you can't get the wide range, and sensors may not perform to our expectations. Maybe it gets worn out in 1 year. So a long-term project suffers if you want to really measure. A lot of people are working in this direction, but I find it to be a very interesting research problem still.
Well, it's not that I would like to take too much of the time, but also I would like to see maybe we can have the same soil supplied to various contractors who have the labs or various universities and try to measure the soil water characteristic curve. And some studies have been already taken in this direction, and you can see there would be variations. So still, we don't have standard procedures, and soil itself is a very peculiar material. So it is one thing which is very close to Mother Nature, and trying to understand the influence of all the parameters on the soil is definitely challenging. Well, we are using artificial intelligence methods, we are using one-point methods. We are trying to use from grain size analysis. All these methods are useful, but also reliability. We have to understand about the soil water characteristic. Experimental testing is definitely difficult, but still we have many miles to go before we understand all these various parameters. And I also personally feel that constitutive modeling is very important, because ultimately when we have to do, we cannot completely depend on experimental results. We have to come with some quick methods, and constitutive modeling would be good. In my personal opinion, the constitutive modeling should not have too many fitting parameters. These fitting parameters actually would not be helping the practicing engineers. They would not be having as much experience as a PhD student who has the time and who can play with the numbers. So therefore, the constitutive modeling, in my opinion, we have to, when we are developing these tools, we should try to make it as simple as possible and not have this type of fitting parameters, such that we can use the same constitutive model for any type of soils and then still able to obtain reliable results or reasonable results. This is a dream. I know this is not that easy, but this is the direction I hope the next generation researchers will be focusing on.
Yes, sir, I fully agree with your views, because we will have to convince the field engineers and the design engineers to take it forward. Otherwise, it will be like we'll be publishing and it will be retained in some libraries and might not go into practice.
So as Dr. David Tall has said, and also many of you are discussing, climate change is going to be much more than COVID-19, my dear sirs and madams. Okay, we have to understand this. If not, this can be having a big impact on our geotechnical infrastructure and other things. Well, please join me in thanking all the speakers who are doing a wonderful job. I will next call the next speaker. Can you have the slide, please? Dr. Srideep Rajesh. The next speaker is Dr. Janki Ramaya. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering. He has varying interests. He does research in soil dynamics, in situ testing, geoenvironmental engineering, and I can also see that he is trying to extend in all these areas some concepts of unsaturated soil mechanics, which is very interesting. So with this short introduction, I will request Dr. Janki Ramaya to do his presentation, and then let us see what discussions that we can have based on his presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Saivan Pallagaru, for the kind introduction. And I thank in advance all the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share a few findings of the recent work. On the classical, we all know the Skempton's pore water pressure from our undergraduate onwards, but something, the evaluation of Skempton pore water pressure using a high capacity tensometers will be discussed in this presentation. The research team is this one, and I'll be presenting on their behalf. Okay, well, my outline of presentation will be like this: a few introduction about the background on saturation procedures, what is Skempton's pore pressure parameters A and B, and then some experimental work, and we'll be discussing the small results and discussion. Well, we all know whoever have been a very good hands-on experience in the laboratory testing of soils, particularly the track cell testing and the simple shear testing. It is a prerequisite, for the soil to get saturated, because even though you want to measure the consolidation properties, permeability, and its sustained behavior, the soil must be saturated, because you need to reliably measure the pore pressures in undrained condition, or also you need to measure the reliably the volume changes. This can happen only when the soil is fully saturated. But as you all know, the saturation can be assessed by the classical theory proposed by the Skempton way back in 1954 through the pore pressure parameters A and B, which signifies as the parameter B, it symbolizes the degree of saturation of the sample, with B is equal to 1, implies the soil is fully saturated. And the A value is important when it is under subjected to these shearing loading. So both are important during consolidation and also during the shearing loading. As you all know, how we achieve the B value or the saturation procedure goes back to the long back Black and Lee procedures, the incremental back pressure application for the soil. First, we do the pre-saturate. First, we start by passing the carbon dioxide to flush out the air, and then pre-saturating the sample by passing a de-aid water, and then we do apply the incremental back pressure saturation, so that we force the air bubbles into the water, so that the entire voids are filled with water. This all takes time, and it is an effort mammoth task, particularly if you are dealing with the clay-rich specimens, because at least it will take 2 to 3 days to achieve the full saturation. I'm sure you all have faced that kind of experience with saturation procedures in your practice. So when you extract a soil sample in undisturbed condition, a perfect sampling, that we call it as a class 4 sampling, then the moment we recover it from the ground, you are removing the overburden pressure. So it is a perfect sampling. So the structure has to retain. That can be achieved by generating the pore water pressure, the negative pore water pressure. That's we call it as perfect sampling. We may be wondering that, whether that negative pore water pressure, the moment negative pore water pressure gets generated in the soil, the unsaturated soil mechanics principle says that air will start entering into the voids. That makes the soil to become unsaturated. Okay, and that degree of unsaturation the amount it gets into depends upon various factors such as material type, its particle size distribution, its stress history, clay mineralogy, and soil density. It is suggested, for example, if you come to clay-rich soils such as kaolin, like material, the negative pore water pressure at which the sample can start desaturating, that means the degree of saturation coming less than 1, will happen only when the negative pore water pressure is more than 1000 kilopascals. In many cases, the suction in a sample require maybe up to a moderate depth, let us say up to 15 meters. The suction that is generated because of this recovery procedure is far less than what is the suction required for the air to enter into the void spaces. This implies, although the specimen has got saturation, it does the negative pore water pressure because of the recoveries. It doesn't mean that the soil is not soil is desaturated. So, but even then, that is the case. The current standards requires the sample to be saturated before moving ahead with the remaining procedures such as consolidation, shearing the stage. So this current work will look into this. Is really required to conduct this saturation procedure, particularly for clay-rich specimens, and then can't we go ahead directly? So that thought was investigated in this particular work. So as I said, the Skempton B value, the removal of the overburden stresses will induce the negative pore water pressure, right? So in clay specimen, it is not that high. Okay, this work is already been investigated. I will explain it in detail. Then similarly, the Skempton A value, it is also important in the shearing stage because you want to analyze any foundations, any embankments, the foundation soil, how much the pore water pressure gets generated during when it's subject to loading. So for a soil which is isotropic elastic material, the pore pressure parameter A will be 1/3, but that is valid for isotropic soils. But generally in the nature, when you recover the sample, actually the soil is existing in anisotropic condition because it is under K0 consolidation process. So in that conditions, A value cannot be 1/3. That has been investigated by previous researchers, for example, Doran et al. In 2000. And then they modified the equation, AS is called the revised pore water pressure parameter, considering the anisotropy into account by fitting this J by G star. Now, these two aspects have been investigated in this current work, which I'll be presenting, but main focus will be on whether is it really required for the soil to do saturation, or can we go ahead particularly for clay-rich soils. Okay. So for that, the three clay samples were considered for the experimental work. One is kaolin clay, Belfast clay, and clay in Oxford. So the physical properties have been given here. As you can see, the liquid limit is very high. Clay fraction is very high, that's why we call it a clay-rich specimens. And the main mineral is also presented here, kaolinite, and Belfast and Oxford has it mainly elite mineral. So how the samples were prepared, or first the dry soils, the dry clay specimens are mixed with the de-ioded water so that the water content is 1.5 times its liquid limit. And then the samples are prepared in consolidated in one-dimensionally and also the isotropically also, in order to investigate the effect of stress history that is generated during the sample preparation itself. So these samples are prepared up to the pressures of 400 to 800 kilopascals in order to investigate the effect of different over consolidation roles also. So upon the completion of these consolidation procedures, the sample is extruded and then trimmed to a required height of 100 mm diameter and 160 mm height. So the sampling procedures has been categorized under 4 categories: method A, B, C. As you can see, in method A implies 1D consolidated samples by consolidating sample only in the one direction. And method B, the sample preparation essentially involves isotropically consolidated, wherein the shear stresses will not be induced. Method C is also isotropically consolidated, but again reloaded back to its consolidation pressures. And then method C is the testing of naturally recovered samples from the natural ground using the high quality sampling procedures. So this is experimental setup that is used to investigate the Skempton's pore water pressure parameter P and A. So this is a setup involves a similar sort of a triaxial cell wherein it is having the volume change, confining pressure, and then all the loading arrangement, axial displacement, only with the exception that an additional tensiometer is provided at the base of the sample. This is a high capacity tensiometer which can measure the suction up to 1.5 bar, that is minus 1500 kilopascal pressure. So this is the typical response of this tensiometer with the time when it is subjected to, when a sample is subjected to a 50 kilopascal confining pressure. When the sample is prepared, trimmed, it is placed in this triaxial, and that will be under negative pressure because we are removing the load. And once the sample is placed here, the sample is consolidated, or they applied a 50 kPa confining pressure. Under that 50 kPa, this is the response of the tensiometer. As you can see, the tensiometer is quickly responding for kaolin clay, whereas it is slightly slacking in case of Oxford clay and Belfast clay, which is attributed to the very low permeability of these two clay samples. Before doing this, the tensiometer is well calibrated, and its working principles and the working credibility is also being assessed. So these are the results. I directly presenting the results of these. The sample once is placed inside this one, and then it is applied sequentially the incremental confining pressures, and then the response of the tensiometer is assessed. That is called negative pore water pressure, and you know what is the applying confining pressure. So when you plot the pore water pressure from the tensiometer and the cell pressure applied, you can see at the initial stage, that is 50 kilopascal, the negative pore water pressure is minus 258. And we just ramping up the cell pressure in increments, in increments. Then as you can see, there is a straight line, which is approximately parallel to the B equal to 1 line, that is Vc, which says that the sample is, although there is a negative pore water pressure on that magnitude, but still it can be considered as a saturated, as B value is almost 1.0, that is 0.95. This is the case for the kaolin sample, which is one-dimensionally consolidated to 600 kilopascals. Similarly, is the case with one-dimensionally consolidated kaolin sample at 800 kilopascals. Same thing, you can see these two are essentially almost parallel, which implies that the soil is actually saturated, even though the negative pore pressures are very high. Similarly, is the case for the isotropic consolidated kaolin samples, which was consolidated to 400 kilopascals and then to 800 kilopascals. All these cases imply that the B value is essentially close to 1. Similarly, it is for the natural soils, Belfast clay and the natural Oxford clay. You can see here the negative pore water pressure after the consolidation isotropical is 800 kilopascal is minus 578. Then it is again the incremental back pressure it is indicating U is equal to 1. And sample is saturated. So these results indicate that the clay-rich soil specimens, even though they are having a very high negative pore water pressure, upon removing the sample from the ground, they can still be considered to be saturated, and there is no need to go for the saturation procedures. You can directly apply the expected, the effective confining pressure and move on to the consolidation and the other stages. So this is one observation that is open for discussion. Then, after the samples are consolidated, there is the assessment of A value. That means the pore water pressure under undrained condition subjected to shearing load. These are the results of the deviator stress versus axial strain. But please note that these are the curves which are stress controlled loading. And similarly, this is the pore water pressure response with the deviator stress, because the slope of this will give you directly the A value. As you can see here, A value is non-linear with strain as expected, and it is approaching close to 1 towards the end of the testing. So to better understand the effect of anisotropy on the A value, it is not 1/3, but it will be different than 1/3. So as you can see, the plots are replotted in the stress path, more PQ stress plot. This is Cambridge stress path load. So the soil which is over consolidated, that is OCR is equal to about 2, and then it is subjected to shearing loading. As you can see, the slope of the PQ curve is nothing but J/3 G star. Okay, that is almost 0. There is no slope actually, correct? So it is an anisotropically consolidated. That means if anisotropy is there, for anisotropic material, J by 3G is equal to 0. So you can consider it as 1 point. So for normally consolidated soil, the slope is different than 1.0. So this is just a summation of the plots for different type of soils, and also this Oxford clay and Belfast clay. These are naturally brought obtained samples. As you can see, the slope of the PQ plot here is not 1.0, but it is less than that, which implies that the pore water pressures are, that is A value is more than 1/3, which needs to be considered in the analysis. So these are the conclusions, but main summation is the focus of this presentation should be on the, is it really required to saturate the sample for a clay-rich specimens, even though when there is a high negative pore water pressure after the sample is recovered. So these are the highlights which I have already discussed. So that the relevant procedures or the specimen that are applicable is the samples that are compacted clays, which are compacted to the wet of optimum, which are meant for measuring the permeability. Probably for this kind of soils, you can directly move on to the consolidation and the measurement of permeability tests. Okay. So thank you for attention, and thanks for the opportunity to share the views.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janaki Ramaya. Any discussion, please?
I just have one clarification related to the A value. Janaki Ramaya, you were specifying about A value different from 1/3. Yes. In fact, I couldn't totally connect to it because we expect A value to be 1/3 under an elastic condition. Yes, exclusively an elastic condition, and when the soil behaves other than elastic, we don't expect it to be 1/3. So in light of that, can you please explain a bit more like what actually, I think you try to bring the concept of anisotropy.
Yes. So this equation, I will go back to that equation. This equation is modified, this A. If it is elastic and isotropic, it will be 1/3. If it is an isotropic, there will be an additional parameter, which is J by D star. This is actually going to be a negative value, which means the overall value of the A value will be more than 1/3 for a cross anisotropic or anisotropic materials, anisotropic soils.
It can also get affected by the stress history also, right?
Yes, stress history also induces anisotropy.
I mean, let's say that in conventional soil mechanics, we don't talk too much about anisotropy, but then the A value is considerably affected by the range of stress history varying from over-consolidated to normally consolidated. So whether that second term is some effect of both stress history and anisotropy, you mean to say?
That is reflected, as you can see in this particular graph on the left one, for the over consolidated soil, wherein the soil will be elastic, right, sir? So
correct. Yes, it's over consolidated, so you expect it to be
elastic. So that is also reflected here as J by 3, which is the slope of this PQ plot, which is equal to 0. That means 1/3 minus of this one will be only 1/3. So which is
understood.
Also
Understood. What I mean to say is whether it is a lumped parameter which will take care of both the stress history and anisotropy, or rather inherent anisotropy, I would say.
It's at the moment it is lumped. We didn't have the opportunity to actually decouple the things and see which one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I had some questions in the chat box. I will just read them. I thought maybe I can discuss all these things at the same time. I don't know if these people are still here. Partha Mishra, thanks for an interesting presentation. What's your take on the role of microbes in THMC behavior of the soils? I think this might be related to a topic that discussed by Dr. Tripathi, I guess, or also maybe this Mishra is asking, taking into account of a general scenario where we have to discuss what would be the how MICP, biologically induced calcite presentation, microbiologically induced calcite precipitation can influence the THMC behavior. Is Mishra here? You can make the question a little bit clear. MICP is being used, and I think as Dr. Srideep has discussed, we have to understand the influence of.
If I think if Partha is listening, I think what he meant is the extremophile microbes, which generally it is found during the extreme climate of high temperature or maybe high pressure. That is possibly why he routed the question as THMC. But what I understand is that it works under high pressure. But when you consider THMC behavior, I think it's a well compacted system. And the pore spaces are pretty small. And there was a recent presentation by Professor Santa Marina on the biological activities within the soil. And according to him, when it comes to clay, the pore spaces are pretty small. And hence, for the sustenance of bacteriological, it's a bit difficult. So the concept of extremophile microbes in THMC, how relevant it would be, I'm not an authority to comment on that, but I feel it's not going to be that important in THMC environment, but close to atmosphere, it is going to have its role. And just like COVID taking different forms, with increasing temperature, global warming, climate change, all these microbes are going to take its new forms to sustain to that particular environment. So his question may be more relevant for close to soil, close to atmosphere soil media, which highly unsaturated case. This is what my take.
Thanks. If Dr. Bag also has commented, I request Dr. Ramakrishna Bag to actually put his thoughts on what he has written here. Ramakrishna?
Actually, sir, thank you. Am I audible?
Yeah.
By seeing the question by Partha, I tried to answer him. I've seen some literature in that there are some findings, and they say that this kind of microbes can have detrimental effect in THMC behavior. So this may not be 100% correct because there are a lot of evidence to find out, but they say that it can sometimes, there are microbes which can decompact. The compaction effect they can reduce. So there can be increase in the hydraulic conductivity, or that can actually corrode the, in other words, the canisters. So that is what I wrote there.
Okay.
It is mainly based on the literature available data so far. It's not that I haven't done some work on it.
Thanks, Dr. Bag. Dr. Premalata has a question for Dr. Janaki Ramaya. Janaki Ramaya, can you see the question in the chat box?
Yes, sir. How the p value is 1? What is the degree of saturation at the initial stage? Yeah, the degree of saturation, as you can see in the plots, it's the straight line. So it is also saturated right from the initial stage. Does that clarify, Dr. Premalata?
Generally, for clay soil, it is difficult to attain 100% saturation. So some 80, 85, we try to match. Practically, it is difficult to reach 100% saturation in the case of clay soil.
No, we can go up to 0.9,
yeah.
0.9 and between 0.9 and 0.95, depending upon the plasticity index and all.
Plasticity index of the clay.
But in our case, we prepared the sample at a very slurry deposition sample.
Okay. Of course, the A value, as another professor has told, 1/3 for elastic compressions. And you have given a component G. G again a parameter very difficult to determine. That then how we can practically feasible.
That is coming from the slope of the PQ plot.
Okay, we have to determine later after doing that test. PQ plot after saturation on the plot, after testing the plot only, doing the test only we have to calculate that.
But anyway, a conventional soil testing requires going the testing up to shearing phase also.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Janaki Ramaya, and also to others who have answered the questions. Now, Dr. Satyamurthy, can you have the next speaker's picture and his academic credentials? Okay, the next presenter would be Ramakrishna Bhatt. He is an assistant professor at IIT Patna. He has served as the head of the department at a very young age, and formerly he also worked as an assistant professor at NIT Roorkela. I have been seeing some of his interesting papers, and he is a well-known researcher in the field of unsaturated soil mechanics, and his research is mainly focused in geoenvironmental engineering, and also he is studying the behavior of expansive soils, which is very important from the viewpoint of black cotton soils and other expansive soils in India. So his topic of presentation is application of soft computing techniques to estimate the swelling pressure of unsaturated expansive clays. This topic is very dear to me, and I'm very keen to hear what Dr. Bag has to say. The floor is yours, Dr. Bag.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity to present here. Let me share my screen. I hope my screen is visible. Hello?
Yes, Bob. Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay. So good evening to all, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present in this large forum. So I'm going to talk a little bit about application of soft computing techniques to predict swelling pressure of unsaturated expansive clay. And now I have studied under the guidance of Professor Tripathi, and he's there. So when I talk about unsaturated soil, first thing comes to my mind is the bentonite and its soiling behavior. So I choose the topic of soiling pressure. So my journey started when I first studied about unsaturated soil back in IISc Bangalore with the soiling pressure thing. So in this forum, I have seen many interesting topics have been taught by many people like Professor Sridhi, Professor Satyamurthy, and we are all trying to establish the parameters or the behavior of unsaturated soil in terms of SWCC and in terms of other things. Now we try to establish all this by experimental investigation. Then we try to again make a correlation using the different available methods, different theories and all. But nowadays you see that subcomputing has been a very famous all the way among all the fields. And there are many people also in unsaturated soil, they are also working in this particular field. So my small submission is, mainly I do a lot of experimental work, but this was a small work to try and to predict this using the new theories. Because when you go for prediction using DDL theory and other theories, recently I had a presentation on one of the eminent IITs, and when we talk about this DDL theory and other theory, these are very old. These are developed in 1970s and all. But we are unsaturated soil people, we know how difficult it is to determine and all those things. So this is another technique which has been growing up and which is very popular day by day in every field, to have a lot of data and try to summarize, like Dr. Basha also said, we need to have the reliability, and that reliability also can be found out which is the best parameter, or which is the most contributing parameter, and based on that we can do it. So with this, I'll briefly talk about the significance of research, what I'm going to present, the methodology used, typical results, and some conclusions. So mainly when I talk about the expansive soil, one of the main important application of unsaturated soil is the compacted bentonite, which are planned to use as the buffer material, like the THM's behavior, Parth Misra has told, in high-level toxicology disposal. So in that, soiling pressure determination is one of the important parameters, and we do it by laborious experiments. Then we try to predict it using the different theories, the DDL theory, Stern theory, etc. So this topic we will try to use some subcomputing technique, that is artificial neural network and machine learning technique, so that how good we can predict the soiling pressure of different soils. So the overview was an attempt was made to predict the soiling pressure of compacted expansive soil based on the physicochemical properties. So obviously, to predict something, we need to have certain input parameters. We need a large database. And the dependency of variable parameters was also studied by sensitivity analysis. So sensitivity gives us the variation, reliability. There we can check and we can reduce the error. So I'll not go in deep detail of the entire work, but the overview of what was done and some typical results I'll show. So around 185 data were collected from various countries, various type of bentonites, and out of this 70% were used for training, 15% for validation, and 15% for testing. I hope the people in this forum understand about these parameters. Then different properties of all these soils or expansive soils, such as specific gravity, liquid limit, plastic limit, specific surface area, cation capacity, percentage of clay, smectine content, and dry density. So 8 different parameters were chosen as the input parameter. Then we try to try to understand whether there is any linear relationship. So multiple linear regression was used. Then it was found that linear regression is not fitting well, and the R-square value is pretty low. Then artificial neural network was used, and 2 different algorithms, Levenberg and SCG, scale conjugate method. And both were done in the very simplest form using Microsoft Excel and the MATLAB, so which are very preliminary softwares available and everywhere. And I'm happy to say that this work was done by one of my BTech students. So you can see how good people are, how good students are. Even a BTech student can do such kind of work. Whereas to do a good experimental investigation, to do a soiling pressure determination or establish SCC, you need a very, very expert student. So this is the basic of what is called artificial neural network. We give an input layer, what all the inputs which are known to us, these 8 parameters we give. Then there is a hidden layer, what this interrelationships are actually found out. Earlier it used to call hidden layer, now it is no longer a hidden layer. And then we find out the output layer. So the working mechanism, it's like it comes from the human brain. You get a lot of inputs and they correlate each other, and that is the activation function, which brings actually non-linearity of the function, and then you get the output. And I'm sure many people are working in this field in different applications, not only in this particular one. Then throughout this, when we get to this 8 different parameters, we need to fit in a set of equations actually generated. So these are the different parameters. In detail, I cannot explain at this moment. So the set of equation, which is the after the input and before the output, the interrelationships. Then if we go through this, there will be final expression. I've shown 2 different expressions. One is for ANN and another is particularly linear regression. So in the linear regression, the fitting model was not good enough. Therefore, the nonlinearity was given, and that was ANN expression was used. Now, so based on this, once we plot it, in this graph, we can clearly see this, the dotted line is the 45-degree line. When our experimental results and the predicted results, if they fit completely, this should match with that line. But it is very close. R-square value we can see is about 0.92, so which is, we can say, a pretty good matching. There are 2 different algorithms that are used, one is LM and another is SCG. And both of them are above more than 0.9, but when you are using the linear model, it was around 0.42. Okay, so there is, we can see that this ANN model we can pretty well use to predict the swelling pressures of the compacted bentonite if we know the various parameters, at least the basic parameters or physical-chemical parameters to be known. Then we can find out the relevance importance also. Like we have got 8 different parameters. Which parameter is actually more closer to each other, more affecting the swelling behavior? That also can be done by the sensitivity analysis. So this chart actually is give kind of rank. Rank 8 means that is the worst effective, and rank 1 means is the very good. In this case, if we see the dry density is having the rank 2 in both the cases. So that and the percentage of clay for one case and in other case is cotton etc. So more or less dry density and the smectite content, these are the parameters which we all know is mostly affect the swelling pressure. So this kind of gives us a good confidence that this method is quite suitable for predicting the behavior. So this is actually a graphical representation to show the typical importance of each parameter. So you can see this, the dry density, which is that one, and that is what the affecting more. So that's all from my side. The concluding remarks is the, you can say the swelling pressure of expensive soil, it depends on multiple parameters. So you have given the different inputs, not just 1 or 2, each different input. And the nonlinearity relationship exists between input and output parameters or input parameters and the swelling pressure. So soft computing techniques such as artificial neural network can be used to predict swelling pressure of expansive soil, but we need to see the variability, we need to see the standard deviation. Based on that, we need to minimize the error. And the sensitivity analysis, so the dry density of the compacted specimen is the most influential parameter. So we know if we have got higher compaction, we get the higher swelling pressure. If we got the lower compaction, we get the lower swelling pressure. So that also can be concluded from this. So that's it from my presentation. So this techniques is not only for hair, we can use it for predicting SWCC. If we have got large set of data, we know the different parameters, and we know the input and output, that also can be used. We can also try to use for shear stress parameters. So basically this method has been developing, and this was one of my effort or one of my students' effort to apply it in there. And I thought when this forum is for the application of unsaturated soil, so I thought to present it, and which may lead to future research in this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bag. Ramakrishna Bhatt. Yes, artificial intelligence methods can be very useful and they're very promising. I think we can do some more work in this area to see that things become a lot more simpler, because experimental testing is very difficult. For example, as you said, even measuring 1 or 2 tests of swelling pressure would take so much of time. I was observing in one of your slides, the importance of the ranking for various properties for the 2 different methods is different.
Yes.
Why is the ranking? In some cases, it is really different.
It's
based
on the algorithm.
Parameter, but
algorithms are there. And if you see when we predict the swelling pressure also, the R-square value also for this case is much higher. One is 0.95 or 55, you can say 0.96, another one is 0.93. So it's mainly there also we need to think about the reliability, which method to use, because it was just to show the comparison of 2 conventional methods. And yes, as you say, there is, for some cases, these are really different, like cation exchange capacity and percentage of gain. The 1.5 and 5.1. Yes,
so
in order to convince, we need to do some more analysis, maybe.
You have categorized as 70% training and 15% validation and 15% testing.
Yes.
What is the difference between the validation and testing? Typically,
so initially we give the
30%.
inputs and we try to find the correlation. So that's actually developing kind of the equations. Then we take another set of data to check that those equations are okay with that next equations or not. Okay. Then another set of data used to final check whether again it can be assured that these are really working on.
Thank you. Any other questions for Dr. Ramakrishna?
Yeah, myself and Dr. Uday. Very nice presentation, Dr. Bag. I have a quick suggestion for you. Normally, when we go for artificial neural networks, it becomes easy if you can talk something in the line of RMSE, normally we say, root mean square error, so that so that the predictions may not be good to show on the line of R square, but yeah, if you show RMSE, then we know how much near or far are we from the particular result. Of course, R square also gives you a good idea, but RMSE is a better method when we use such prediction methods as per the literature and as per the experts' comments on few of the papers which I also have published on machine learning. So that's
I have all this data, and I thought because the actual time was given only for 8 minutes, so I did not put that. If you want, I can have all the data and I can show you.
Yeah.
Because of time constraint. Thank you for your suggestion, but I have all this data. I did not put it because of the time constraint.
Yeah, I can understand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bag.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Just the forum permits, sir, if the forum permits, I just have a small question.
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah. Is it for compacted clays? This
yes.
Sir?
Yeah, I did it. This was for compacted clays.
And what is the initial water content? How we have incorporated? There will be density, there will be some water content.
Yes.
Then the soil is allowed to swell. Whether we have considered the influence of that initial moisture content.
No, in this case, influence of initial moisture content was not done. Yeah, that can be another input parameter.
Yeah, okay. That's what I missing.
Yeah, that is another important parameter. Correct.
But indirectly, the information of water content is there, I guess, in the form of dry density. But however, I fully agree with Dr. Premalata's suggestion that water content can have a significant influence, and that could be one of the key parameters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the next presenter is Dr. Uday, and his presentation is entitled Role of Evaporation Potential in Understanding the Response of Unsaturated Soils. Uday has completed his PhD from IIT Bombay and is presently working as an assistant professor in IIT Mandi. And Mandi is a region where there are lots of unsaturated soils in the hilly region. And definitely his experience in unsaturated soil mechanics will be very useful. His research, as stated here, is in unsaturated soils, landslide disaster risk reduction, nature-based mitigation solutions. All of these things are very important for the area where he is now located. And he is a very active researcher. He's enrolled at various levels, and he has also been the founding director and part-time CEO of a startup company. He looks like an entrepreneur. He is energetic, and he should be having something very interesting for us. Dr. Uday, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Vanpali. Just yeah, I believe I am audible. So before I switch on to the presentation points, I just want to take a point that outside it's really down. Now it started raining from last 20 minutes. So I'm not sure how much time my network. This is Mandi. I come from Himachal Pradesh, or I'm currently at Himachal Pradesh. So this is a regular problem for us, especially at this particular point of time. Yeah, I think already my points started saying that the internet is unstable. Thank you. So to quickly start on the presentation, I would like to take you across a few of the work which I have done as a part of my PhD at IIT Bombay, including a little, definitely as pointed by Professor Vanpali, that this particular area is a core of geotechnical engineering, and definitely when we say of geotechnical engineering, it also has a good portion of unsaturated soil mechanics also coming into this particular picture. So I just wanted to throw a light on whatever I did and whatever I'm planning to do, or where am I exactly in this particular context. However, I see now my presentation may fall slightly away from whatever has been discussed till now. Let me see how can I set up the context. And thank you very much for the presenters before me, starting from Professor T.V. Bharat to the recent speaker Ramkrishna Bhag, who has set the context very well for my presentation topic, where when we talk about the evaporation of the soils, evaporation potential has been a major context. When I read the paper during my PhD time from Weeks and Wilson, somewhere in 2006, published in Canadian Geotechnical Journal, it has clearly written that when you're talking about unsaturated soil mechanics, and especially when you're talking about geotechnical applications on slopes, then still the potential of evaporation has not been fully explored. So to set into lines, yes, evaporation potential is the one. Evaporation is the movement of, or the process of transfer of moisture from the soil surface, at least from here, because we are talking about soil. And yes, there are a lot of applications. All of the experts are here, so I will not go deep into these particular aspects. But yes, as we are discussing more, I'll be talking more on slope stability analysis, as well as a little on fine-grained soil behavior corresponding to the evaporation. So as a part of my work, I started developing on the weight loss curve in the soil when it is subjected to different conditions. So the slope of this particular weight loss has been correspondingly developed as the evaporation rate. Surely it's a declining curve over the time, and the various parameters which we try to consider in the study are the environmental parameters, which is the temperature, humidity, then the specific dimensions, specimen dimensions. I wanted to see how the thickness is the major parameter for this. I'm sure Professor Kodikara has been doing such type of such works hugely at a point of time, and he has shifted much into this particular area. And I have read more of his articles, including from Professor Vanapalli on the desiccation behavior and the cracking characteristics in the soil. Of course, the soil, I tried to consider two commercially available soils like Mount Mullet, Kveilnite, white clay, and bentonite, and lastly 3 natural soils which are existing from the nature. And when we try to set up the effects on different temperature, humidity, and initial thickness, I could see that yes, evaporation rate has more profound influence on these particular parameters. And especially if you can see if you look into the ANOVA analysis, where the inclination of the curves is much higher in this particular range when you talk about the temperature, then slightly less for thickness, but yes, it is still prominent. There are a few more parameters which I tried to do, but they never responded for the evaporation rate, which I'm not presenting in this particular presentations. And the declination or the declined phenomena I could see when we are looking into humidity. Of course, when the humidity is low, then the evaporation potential will be high. So based on this, initially I have run across a simple finite model, a simple statistical model in which I tried to develop a power relationship between the parameters, and we try to see that the evaporation rate has been a function of the thickness of the soil. Again, higher, majorly dependent on the temperature, that is the theta, and surely reverse in negative relation with humidity is RH, and surely it's a mineral property phenomena, because the minerals are the one which control or which put on the constraint on the movement of the water from the soil parameters. So this is the model which we have developed, and according to this, we have come up with the relations. Can we expect, say for example, if I know the evaporation rate in the soil, because the evaporation rate is the one which is between, or which establishes a relation between the shrinkage and the cracking characteristics in the soil, which are because of the movement of the moisture and the evaporation rate. But however, I could not see the cracking characteristics in the soil are not a major function of these particular parameters. However, when we looked into the cracking initiation time as well as the crack intensity factor, I could see that there is a strong relationship between the evaporation rate, that is the evaporation rate is controlling the cracking phenomena in the soil. This is what we have published somewhere in 2013 journals, including Brain Technology and GTJ, that is ASTM. However, I have started looking into this data and the recent development of this machine learning, in which I have started working. I quickly took out all this data and I started working on, and very recently we have submitted this particular paper to again Brain Technology, and we are expecting a good review to come out of this. But in a quick context, if you can see that when I'm trying to predict the cracking potential in the soil by using only soil parameters and of course the environmental parameters, I am not able to see, or I could not find a good accuracy in the models which are running. Again, very thanks to Dr. Ramakrishna to have set up the context of this machine learning in terms of ANN. I have used the same method, 70% testing and 70% training, and the remaining 30% for the testing accuracies. And whereas when I started using evaporation rate as a parameter, including other parameters like initial moisture content, etc., which did not show a more effect on evaporation rate, I could see that the accuracy in the prediction started increasing. So this is one of the major development which we have seen when I have looked back into the evaluation of evaporation rate in order to understand the behavior of the soil, and in this particular context is the cracking potential or the cracking characteristics of the soil. So coming back to from 2013 to 2021 years, I have started my career in IIT Mandi, which is present in the mid-Himalayan region. And you see a beautiful location of the campus in between the hills and the valleys. As again, well said by Dr. Vanapalli, the place at which a good application of geotechnical engineering, because landslides have been a major issue in this particular area. I'm sorry, there's some disturbance there. Yeah, thank you. So when we look into this erosion, when I see the erosion to landslide profiles in this particular area, there are types of sliding which happens between the rock and the fractured material. However, apart from this, we also have good points on which we get soil which is falling out, and especially if you see these two particular situations, you can see that the thickness or the depth of this particular slide is not even half a meter, which is definitely within the root zone. And surely, if you see the planar failures, then we can say that yes, this is mostly because of the mostly infinite failures with the context of erosion, or maybe within the Vedo zone, which is happening in this particular area. So this has put me into the context of looking into the unsaturated mechanics to understand how this particular phenomenon. And of course, as I see the literature, it is not again very away from the same evaporation which I have been doing as a part of my research earlier. So this is a very good paper which has been constituted by the group of Rohetzo and Fredlin in different countries, where they have said that the evaporation is again a major phenomena which is also looking into, or which is contributing, or which is dominating the slope stability aspects in these particular locations. Which includes, of course, the temperature of the conditions, the suction profile which is getting in the soil, which has been well discussed from the morning here in this particular context. So I started looking more into the literature. I could see that again, still the best applicable model which has been in place for detecting the shear strength of the soils, especially in the zone of unsaturated points, have been the model which is proposed by Professor Vanapalli somewhere in 1996 in this paper, as I can see. However, there are a few modifications which have come up, and especially on how to estimate this particular parameter on the suction, especially with the context of matrix suction or removing the matrix suction from the points. Yes, this is one more a simple graph, or the simple relationship which it shows a quick relationship between the suction and the evaporation potential which is coming out from the soil or from the atmosphere, as well as the soil as the context, which has been already well set in the earlier part of the presentation. So looking at this, when I see these particular applications are very huge in this particular area. So I have started again looking back into these particular concepts. However, yeah, we need to take time. We are not in most of the areas. So most of the relations are already existing. So based on this, instead of going for any conclusions, I thought I'll quickly summarize something. And the point that the landslides have been a major problem fatality across the world, and especially in the India, not real availability of the data, or the approaches which are from the field, and the applications which are not coming on to this particular context. So the current need of the hour, as I can understand, we have been looking at a lot of been doing very individually across different IITs, our own colleagues who have been presenting from the starting. So I wish to look on to the aspects of collaboration, compilation of the data. We have been seeing good presentations from Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Basha, as well as Dr. Sri, where they have took out very good analysis coming from different testing, as well as the sensitivity analysis and the slope stability and the stability analysis, which have been well submitted and well presented in this particular topic. And I also go through these papers. So I can see that this is a time where we can probably get into the field and look into the application related to this to the studies. Surely the point of tip, there is a theory to practice which is presented by Dr. Rajesh, is one which is again I want to highlight in this particular presentation of mine. So instead of conclusion, probably I will set at this outset. I welcome all of you to IIT Mandi, and I'm very much open for collaborations in any of these topics which I am mentioning here, because we have a very limited team here. So we want to explore ourselves into the area of unsaturated soil mechanics, bio-inspired materials, vegetative slopes, in which I'm working. Surely we have been discussing a lot on sensing and instrumentation, which is required as a part of unsaturated soils, as well as this, common geotechnical engineering, and in the aspects of landslide mitigation, in which I am currently working. So thank you very much, and I again welcome all of you for discussions on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Uday. So, any questions for Dr. Uday? Okay, now I'll open the floor for discussion. I request all the panel members to be here. I'm not sure whether there will be many questions, but I would encourage some discussion amongst the panel members, and I also will be having a look at the chat.
Sorry to interrupt. We have one more speaker.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, could you? Yeah, my sincere apologies. Rajesh, can you upload the thing?
Yeah.
Somehow I thought he was the 7th speaker. I'm sorry. Lalit, my sincere apologies to you. Lalit Burana, I know he is collaborating internationally with various professors and is doing an outstanding work. And presently he is a professor, assistant professor at IIT Indore, and he has his postdoctoral experience at Hong Kong Polytechnic University. And he's also interested in soil structure interactions, which is also a topic that is very dear to me. So Burana has a large part of his career, 14 years, he spent on infrastructure and research projects, and he has involved in many international projects in Hong Kong region and also in India. I would like research scholars who also have practical experience. They would be definitely contributing more to geotechnical engineering, especially to unsaturated soils area. He has published 35 scientific publications, and he serves as a reviewer for more than the 31 reviewed. He has reviewed more than 31 papers. Dr. Burana has received the Young Civil Environmental Engineering Award from Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a place where there is very tough competition. Amongst that, he had been a winner. That clearly speaks that he has really contributed to geotechnical engineering. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Burana to deliver his presentation, which is related to interfaces in unsaturated soils.
Thank you, Professor Vannapalli. Is my screen visible?
Yes. Can you have full screen, please? Yeah.
So once again, many thanks. Good evening to all, one and all. And I'm delighted to be here today. And I'm particularly very thankful to the organizing committee, Professor Vannapalli, Professor Srideep, and Professor Rajesh for giving me this opportunity. I understand this is the first time I'm interacting with Professor Vannapalli, who has always been an inspiration for me during my PhD thesis as well. And of course, if you look at my work, most of my papers, I've always looked up to Professor Vannapalli's work. So thanks once again. In today's this talk, I'll be speaking and sharing my views about the interfaces in unsaturated soils, the interfacial interactions that happens in unsaturated soil, the present scenario, and the future perspective. And of course, this pre-conference workshop, the topic of discussion, it revolves around the relevance of unsaturated soil mechanics in practice. This is very interesting. And I see that the relevance of unsaturated soil mechanics is not just interesting from a point of R&D work, but also it gives a lot of other, there is a lot of other ample opportunity in terms of development of new instrumentations, new technologies, as well as some sort of startups in terms of business opportunities, monitoring technologies, and so on. So as such, when we see this theme itself is very interesting and is something which need to be pursued in times to come ahead. So soil and interface shear strength, as we know, is one of the most important parameter when it comes to design and safety assessment of any structure, not just geotechnical structure, be it any structures or any critical lifeline structures. This is one of the very important parameters. And the interfacial interactions that happen in soil They are very complicated due to variety of reason. Maybe that is one of the primary reason is the material that interact with the soil, the unsaturated soils. So it can be ranging from steel, geotextile, cement, concrete, and so on. And these days, we see a lot of new materials are also being used in the construction purposes. So the interaction that happens between the soil and the counterface material, that needs to be examined thoroughly. The material characteristics, the independent material characteristics of the counterface material, as well as the soil. And soil, as we know, a lot of previous researchers have also mentioned that the moisture content or the suction, that plays a predominant role in defining the overall soil behavior. So it's not just the soil behavior, it directly also influences the interface behavior. And generally, some of the major parameters that are influenced, it includes the seepage, volume change behavior, and the shear strength characteristics of the soil. So these are something which is very important aspects, especially when it comes to safety assessment of any structure. In particularly, if we see the impact of soil dilation on shear strength characteristics is very important, because it is some way or the other, it is related to the maintenance aspect of any structure. The dilation induced volume change characteristics may induce some sort of crack, differential settlement, and so on the overlying structure. So the prediction of the soil behavior is very important. For prediction of the soil behavior, long-term prediction of the soil behavior, it requires specific models which can relate and predict the long-term behavior more precisely. So thereby, this again calls for a new opportunity. This is a challenge, but this is also an opportunity for researchers wherein they can work extensively to generate some sort of models which can predict the long-term behavior, be it the seepage characteristic, volume change, shear strength, and so on. There are numerous characteristics, so that can be predicted. So if I go in terms of relevance of unsaturated soil mechanics with regards to the practice. Now, this is a cutout from the news portal in India of 2020. It says that more than 103 trillion rupees has been spent, has been marked for infrastructure projects in India. So this is an opportunity basically that the government is willing to spend a lot of money on the infrastructure. And also the other IBEF report in 2021, it suggests that it is advantage India when it comes to infrastructure project, because India will be one of the country which will be spending a lot of money on construction project. Now, because there is robust demand, attractive opportunities, policy support by the government, and increasing investment. So all these things are constituted in this. And when we see, it is not just a particular domain. The construction infrastructure goes from the range of roadways, highways, cable lines, pipeline, sewer line, and so on, tunnels, etc., buildings, dams. So all those things are there. So it is an advantage India, as it is suggested by the government. And also there are a lot of other initiatives wherein the government also says that Atmanirbhar Abhiyan, so which again means that research and development and new product development has to be focused in India, so that the same can be utilized for the sustainable development goals. So for, when we talk about the practice and relevance, so the development, the government has already marked a lot of money that will be that is supposed to be spent on the infrastructure point of view. But it's not just any sort of construction. The construction has to be sustainable. It has to last longer. So for that sake, it needs to be sustainable as well as smart development. So of course, a lot of countries, which includes US, Hong Kong, Singapore, China, there is a normal practice to have mandatory structural health fitness and generally the fitness, the structural health auditing, it costs about maybe 0.05 to 3% of the total construction cost. Now, if the prediction model, which I mentioned earlier, if they are very precise, the soil behavior we can model very precisely. So what will happen? So that will directly save a lot of money in terms of maintenance cost. And thereby the maintenance cost can be minimized, which essentially is again beneficial for the society. Also, there is also opportunity after, of course, the models are there, but also there is also opportunity in terms of monitoring of these structures, as well as to, if I'm talking particularly about the interfacial interactions. So to understand the interfacial interactions in soil, new devices or instruments can be developed, or R&D can go into that sector as well. So for instance, of course, new theories have to be developed. So when we say about new theories have to be developed, it includes three essential parameters. One is the physical modeling, be it as a small scale level, or it can be a centrifuge testing level. Then the numerical modeling and the full scale test or monitoring. So this will help us to develop new theories. So one is this aspect. The second one is about devising new experimental methodologies and testing apparatus to examine a particular parameters which is related to unsaturated soil. For example, if I see the first figure here shows a modified direct shear apparatus, which we have manufactured in the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. So this particular machine is a suction control machine, wherein we are able to test the influence of interface shear test, and the shearing can be done at different levels. So basically we can also try to understand the interface thickness and the variation of the thickness or the interface shear characteristics based on the matrix section. So how will the critical shear plane vary with respect to matrix section? What is the critical thickness of the interface? So all those things can be studied in this. Apart from that, influence of grouting pressure and cement grout, etc., on the soil shear, that can also be simulated at an elementary level in this particular apparatus. Then if we come to the other figures, this is normal this is pull-out test assembly with the state-of-the-art sensing technology, that is the fiber optic sensing technology, which is basically used in this cylinder. We have the tension piles or the soil nail, which is installed with the fiber optic sensors, and the behavior, the interfacial behavior can be studied with the use of these sensors. Similarly, that was for the soil lab at the lab scale, but from the field point of also, it is very important for us to understand the interfacial interaction. So sensing apparatus or sensing methods need to be developed, which are robust and reliable in the field. So this is another case of a road of Anderson Road construction project in Hong Kong, wherein the board piles have been installed with again fiber optic sensors, and the measurements are done using the BOTDA sensing technology. Similarly, these days, if we see the offshore construction, land reclamation is also one of the very promising work that is going across the globe. And one such example is the third runway system, 3RS, of the Hong Kong. Hong Kong is a very busy place. The airport is very congested. Thereby, the government has decided generally to, they were in a confusion whether to go for a new airport or a present airport has to be extended. And eventually they decided that we'll be, extending the present this runway system. And of course, when the ground improvement work has to be done, there are a lot of different types of ground improvement techniques are being utilized for the reclamation work. As we see here, different colors of mud pits are there. One is green color, orange color, and red color. So these are different types of soil. Some contaminated soil has been deposited here in the red color, the orange color is a contaminated soil. Long ago, there was some thermal power plant, some power plant waste has been dumped long ago, maybe 30 years back. It has been dumped here, but it is still there. So this causes a lot of problem in the local soil there, and thereby it is called as active mud pit. And then the other one is a field mud pit, which is relatively not so active. So different sort of ground improvement techniques are generally being used to in different areas depending on the ground conditions. So one such typical example here is like we see the interfaces. Now, when we talk about interfaces, and the modeling of the interfaces is very important for such projects, especially because above that lies a runway, and the settlement that is permissible for the runway, or the differential settlement for the runway, is 1 mm per month. So not more than that is permissible. So if we see it has to be very the control has to be very strict, and the modeling, the soil behavior has to be very precise. So here if we see in terms of interfacial interactions, so one is the stone column or the DCM column, then we have the steel cell and so on. So prediction of the ground behavior in such cases, which are, you have a lot of saturated layers, unsaturated layers, the material behavior, the interfacial interactions in such condition. So this required a lot of efforts. Of course, a lot of previous techniques do not hold good here. So as such, new methods have to be employed, or at least rigorous testing has to be done so as to incorporate all the conditions. So of course, one of the method was like you do the test at elementary level as well as at the do the centrifuge testing, develop the model, the physical model, and appropriate instrumentation also need to be devised to study such interfacial interactions. So this was done at HKUST, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. So generally, when we incorporate all those aspects, that helps us to achieve the main goal, to understand the ground behavior and formalize a proper strategy to minimize the maintenance cost, which is very essential from a practicing point of view. One such, this has the Hong Kong Airport Authority has learned this lesson basically also from the Japanese, wherein there was a lot of settlement of the Japanese airport, and the creep prediction was not proper due to some sort of parametric issues. It was not this one. So again, for the maintenance point of view, massive investment have to be made in the Kansai airport. So as a result, these were the learning lessons. So to summarize, the influence of the importance of interfaces in unsaturated soil, this is very important, especially to achieve our sustainable development goals. And when we see with times to come ahead, there are new materials available. People will use new materials for construction. So of course, new theories maybe need to develop, and new testing equipment and testing techniques may need to be evolved. So this is a challenge as well as an opportunity for researchers, and similarly for instrumentation for maybe the field and lab. Proper synchronization of that has to be there, so that there is no lag between the laboratory result. The things that we test in the lab is far different from the one in the field. So the reliability aspect need to be considered. So this is another area of opportunity, and also to develop and impart new skills for monitoring of the structures. So these are the few important things which are very useful from a practicing point of view. So with that note, I would like to thank once again. Thank you. Should there be any questions, I will be glad to, I'll try to answer them.
Very good presentation, Dr. Lalit. You have wonderful experience, and you also have the background training, and I'm pretty sure that you would be a very good future contributor in India in the area of unsaturated soils.
Thank you, sir.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Borana And I also request the panel members who are here to start the discussion. In the chat box, there are no questions. Any questions for Dr. Borana? I have one question for you, Lalit.
Yes, sir.
Now, most of the instrumentation that is being used in the labs is very limited, and it is under controlled environment. And everything, your density, your water contents, everything is very well known. And understanding the soil structure interaction is a lot more easier in that under those circumstances. But when you are having infrastructure, as you are suggesting, modeling is not easy and instrumentation is very important. What is your vision of how you can actually instrument large projects, especially to understand the mechanics of unsaturated soils and also the soil structure interaction? Because that is very, very important. You should have some information, right, to do your constitutive modeling or develop some equations. What is your vision about the instrumentation techniques that are required for unsaturated soils promotion?
Yes, very, very good question, sir. And if I talk particularly about, say, the optical sensors, you mentioned that what is the vision, and of course, failures is a step for success. So I believe that is the way ahead. For instance, if I talk about the projects I have been involved with, we have tried to install these sensors on, suppose, say, 6 of the soil nails. Out of that, 2 or 3 will fail. We will get the results from at least 2 or 3 soil nail. And in that also, sometimes it happens that you are installing sensors at 10 to 12 locations in a stretch. And due to one or the other reasons, what is happening way inside, we do not know many a times, because it is very, difficult position to get the details. So out of maybe 15 sensors which are in a series, maybe 10 may be operating or 12 may be operating. One reason may be the quality control. That can be one of the aspect. One thing is the damage which happens during the installation. That is the other thing. Then the materials that we use for the installations. For instance, if I talk the glue is basically used to install. So how reliable is that material? How long can it last? 10 years, 20 years, how long can it last on the soil nail? Because with time, aging will happen and the glue will not hold on the soil nails. So these are the things, again, which is a matter of research and an opportunity for researchers to develop. We will fail, but that gives us an opportunity so that we can improve on it, and we can get 80 to 90%, or if presently we get 50%. The number of sensors that we install, if we get 50%, we should be more than happy that we are getting 50% of data. But we should try to proceed in a way that we get at least 60, 70, 80% with time.
Thanks, Lalit. Any questions for Lalit?
Lalit, can you please shed light on what sensors you used for interfacial characteristics?
So we have used the fiber Bragg grating sensors, also the fiber sensors generally for the BOTDA, that is a linear one. So the accuracy of the BOTDA is not as good as compared to the FBG. But FBG is a point-based sensor. It will give the deformation and the strain values at specific points. So we use the FBG sensors.
Okay. Do you have any other choice other than fiber optics sensors, or this is the only possible way of sensing in such an environment?
This is, sir, this is one of the better techniques, but of course damage and all those things are there. The results are precise. Of course, the wave methods are there, and the other techniques are also available based on wave propagation. But again, the interpretation in that technique about the crack detection or the density based understanding of the material. So again, that is challenging.
Any specific contribution of these fiber optics in unsaturated soil measurements in some manner or the other?
Yes, sir. We have basically tried to use the in the pull-out box. If we see that figure, so we have published in ASCE, Journal of Engineering Mechanics, about the evaluating the skin friction in unsaturated soil using the sensors. We try to understand that phenomenon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no questions, please join me in thanking Dr. Lalit Burana. Any other discussions that we can continue in this session? Actually, I have given enough time to everybody such that they can actually express their opinions, and all of the speakers have done a very good job. The session was very interesting, thought-provoking, and there are senior professors and very young people who just completed their PhD a year or two ago, and you can see the energy and enthusiasm, and I'm pretty sure with researchers of this caliber, India is going to definitely contribute a lot in the area of unsaturated soils in the near future. So I would like to say that I'm very happy to actually be a part of this particular workshop organization, which is the first, I guess, to the best of my knowledge, in unsaturated soils in India. And hopefully that we will be, you will be able to have your first Asian conference in India in, as Dr. Tall has said, in 2024, I guess. Janaki Ramaya, did I see your hand raising? Do you have any question or
Yes,
any
sir.
comments? Please go ahead.
It's a general discussion, something related to unsaturated soils, which I already shared with you some time back over email. It's my case study I'm talking about. Bear with me for 5 minutes.
Sure.
There is some site proof checking that came to me, the recommendation of bearing capacity based on SPT in an expansive soils. So when they did SPT in expansive soils, the soils were dry. So obviously we'll get very high N values. So that poor fellow, based on N values, they recommended a bearing capacity on the order of 30 tons per square meter. Nothing wrong, because those guys just depended on N values. But is there any way that we can connect? See, we ideally they should have conducted the SPT in the when the soil is saturated in a soft condition, because the clay, particularly the expansive soil, when they're dry, they are like rock material. When they are in water content, they are like a soup. So is there any way that we can connect, sir, the status with, we cannot wait for conducting the SPT in a monsoon condition, right? So is there any way that we can connect the current state of the expansive soils to estimate the bearing capacity without depending upon the N values?
If you want to use your standard penetration test, definitely N value would be a good indicator, right?
But when you do the SPT on the saturated condition and the dry condition, both are very different. So we cannot rely upon that dry condition.
So we have to have what is the worst case scenario based on your modeling studies. For example, you can take into account of the variations that are possible, taking into account of your temperature, rainfall. You have a couple of models that are available that would able to give you what will be the variation in suction with respect to depth. And then maybe this cannot be solved in just like that. The research has to be taken in stages and then try to see some relationships are developed. So the worst case scenario might be, is it going to happen every time, once in a year or once in 10 years? We have to use some judgment. And also unsaturated soil mechanics, in my opinion, has to be combined with ground improvement techniques. We have to monitor the suction. We have to maintain the suction, because we know that there is going to be benefit, or we'll be having better properties. So we cannot just depend upon the natural soil. It is going to be, the worst case scenario is it's going to be a soft soil. So we have to design it as a soft soil. We can use MICP techniques. We can use other ground improvement techniques, as Dr. Srideep was saying, and many others were also commenting. And we have to really understand the soil structure interaction and then come up with this methods. We are still in the emerging, this is still an emerging area. We have to a lot to understand. But in my personal opinion, it has to move parallel to saturated soil mechanics. We can have new models and other things, but to bring the practicing engineers into this particular area, we should combine this with ground improvement techniques, develop codes, and increase the confidence of the contractors too, such that they can implement mechanics of unsaturated soils, getting the proper tools from the engineers.
Okay.
Say a few points.
Yeah, thank you.
Related to that.
Well, others, please.
Yeah, I'm Chadwas here, sir. I just would like to add a few points to that. I think, first of all, for the clays, SPT correlations should be used very cautiously. So that is a first fundamental mistake. And whenever you have expansive soil, so I think better they determine the zone of seasonal moisture variation, and they should place below it. So that is the second point. Suggest these are the two things. And higher surcharge pressure, I think it should not be a matter. Main problem with the expansive soil is the volume change, not the bearing capacity.
Yeah, proposed structures were light load structures, single story, 2 stories, sir.
No, you said 30
tons per square meter is the recommended bearing capacity based on end values.
It's a bit high. So even if the spell pressure is around 200 kPa for a typical expansive soil, I think it will overcome that. But there will be associated problems to the floor and other components.
I think see the importance of physicochemical tests play a very important role here. Like when we do a subsurface investigation and we come up with the understanding that maybe the liquid limit is more for that particular zone, it is very important for us to investigate much more in detail. And whenever there is a presence of expansive soil, we need to discount the N value kind of recommendations and straight away identify it as a problematic soil case rather than assessing the bearing capacity based on the N value. And most likely then we need to find out ways, either we go for a replacement of the soil, or maybe for deep foundation, or maybe a ground improvement possible techniques that would take care of the expansive soil case. So I think maybe this is a kind of case of maybe it was not taken very cautiously when they conducted the N value and made the recommendation based on that. I think this brings the importance of the initial physicochemical test and identification of the soil when we do the subsurface investigation.
Okay. I think I was in, I worked with others that is Dr. Srideep and Satyamurthy in forming the rules that the presentations have to be 8 minutes and the discussions 2 minutes. But I think we have already crossed that time because this was interesting, and also these topics are the things which are more important, such that you can develop some collaborations or also see that you can promote unsaturated soil mechanics. Hopefully, many other people also would be watching these presentations, and this might invoke some interest in many youngsters and also contractors and engineers. Okay, with this, I think I will conclude the panel session, and I will give this, hand over the floor to Dr. Sridip and Rajesh to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. In fact, I would like to specifically point out one aspect. I cannot help myself from telling the kind of commitment Professor Sai has shown in the whole of this session. He was just like a mentor figure for us, and more like a fatherly approach to me and Rajesh right from the beginning. We conceived this idea quite long back, and we have been routinely meeting among all of us and discussing how to take it forward, because this was the first kind of effort as TC 106 that we are going to have. But then Professor Sai was so jovial, and I would like to say that for the last 24 hours, he might not have slept. He's having a quite an extended session, and in fact, myself and Rajesh got enough sleep, but we are totally worried about for Professor Sai, who has been having a quite an extensive session conducting this workshop. And I would also like to tell that the idea was kick-started by Rajesh, and the whole of this was conceived by him. And when he contacted me, I also told yes. So I think a major share of credit should go to Dr. Rajesh for conceiving this, and with the help of Professor Sai, we could make it. I think this was a very general session. Now maybe taking a cue from this particular session, we should have more focused session where we'll be discussing about a specific theme, and we come up with a final outcome of that meeting, because today's meeting we cannot summarize much. It's a more like a general kind of awareness kind of talk. We had diverse topics discussed in today's session, so it is very difficult to summarize a few points, which is takeaway points from this such a session. I think in the next maybe all the youngsters who are listening to this, the research scholars, we should come up with some idea where we will be talking about a very specific theme related to some aspect of unsaturated soil, and then bring out maybe 2-3 very vital points which can be taken forward. I think this will be what I will be looking forward for in the days to come. And I'll just pass it on to, I would like to officially thank all of you. The panel session, very vibrant session we had. And we were fortunate to have very good diverse topics discussed in today's, even though it was an extensive session, but we could make it finally. It's very wonderful, and thankful to all of you. I'll now pass it on to Dr. Rajesh.
Thanks, Professor Sridip. So it's my pleasure to thank all of you. So for taking out your time and then spending a lot of time and energy to put up your presentation, because time given is too short, and you might have done a lot of work, but due to the limitation of the time, right, we have excused it. So it is, I'm very happy that Professor Sai has given extensive time to everyone so that they can share their experience and view, and that's the whole concept of this panel discussion. And the idea of panel discussion was originated from Professor Sai and Sridip, so that we will have an interactive session with all the people who are working in unsaturated soil. So that's how we started, and then so it has come out very well. And thank you so much for giving your time and giving the abstracts on time, and so that we can compile it. And we have sent all these details to chair, co-chair, and technical session committees, so that we got vetted by everyone. So it's a long journey, so we'll be missing the Sunday meeting. So hopefully, I think we should continue on that, and I'll be in touch with Professor Sai and Sridip for some other occasion. Maybe this time, definitely on technical discussion, not on administrative work. So that's what I would like to say. And thanks, Professor Tripathi and Dr. K. Premlata for continuing to listen to our the panel discussion, and for
Tyagaraja is also there.
Yeah, Tyagaraja is also there. Professor Kodikara.
Dr. Kodikara is also here.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, I'm not able to. Okay.
Yeah. So thank you so much for all your time, and special thank to Professor Vanapalli. So when I started thinking of working unsaturated soil, because my work is on centrifuge modeling during my PhD, then I moved to geoenvironmental when I did my postdoc. And when I landed Kanpur, right, both facilities are not there. So I have to look for something else. And so the first person I met was Professor Sridhar, and then Shivakumar from UK. So they are really giving a taste, right? So that's how I started interest, and I don't have any technical background on unsaturated soil. Everything I started learning from the books. Now I have created a course on it, and students are learning it. So parallelly, I'm also learning it. So this is a wonderful session. I learned a lot, as like you all, and so let's take it forward. So that's the whole concept of it. And over to Professor Sai and Sridip.
Yeah, we can also thank Professor Muthukumaran for giving us this opportunity to hold this workshop. And maybe before closing the session, we can just see whether any of the participants or those who are there in this session and they want to speak something before closing the session.
I would also like to thank the administration support. They were wonderful. They have spent extra time with us and then conduct all these
sessions
yeah. For us.
It was hassle-free.
Yeah.
Snehashish, you would like to tell something as a closing remark?
Dr. Tripathi is trying to say something, I guess. Dr. Tripathi, are you muted? I think he's turning on his audio, I guess, Dr. Tripathi.
You are muted.
Dr. Tripathi, you're muted.
I think
he is muted. Oh, yeah, he is now. Okay. Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Tyagaraja, yes.
Oh, sorry for the trouble. I was listening, so I was very attentive, but yeah, I forgot to connect my earpiece anyway. No, I just I'm so happy to see all of you and Professor Sai Vanapalli and all of you. and to participate in this excellent program in the workshop. It's an excellent idea. And as you said, we should continue to do this and take advantage of people like Professor Banapalli and others. Colleen was there, and as you saw, diversified topics were discussed. It provides all of us an opportunity to learn various things that are being done at various places in the world in a quick time. So excellent idea, I would say. And who better can collaborate between we all Indians, most of us. So it's an excellent idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the organizers. It is an excellent program. I think it's a very good start, I think, on unsaturated soil mechanics. Thank Professor Sai, Rajesh, and Professor Sridev, and Professor Muthukumaran for making this to happen. Thanks a lot. And I think that this should be the beginning, and we should look forward, as Professor Sai said, I think we should aim at the conference.
Tyagraj, Chennai is the best place. We have a lot of infrastructure there. I think we should plan for the conference in Chennai.
Sure. We will definitely.
We will work under your leadership.
No, we'll do all together. We'll do it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So, sir, we can close the session.
Yes, please. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Professor Sneha.
Thank you.
Thank you, one and all, for attending the session. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We really enjoyed the lectures. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Bye. I wish Muthukumaran was here, but please convey my thanks to him for his excellent cooperation and the administration support that he has provided for us.
Yes.
And also to the Indian Geotechnical Society. Have a good evening, or have a good night.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good evening to all, and good morning.
Bye.
Sir.
Bye. Thank you so much.